Had a hard time getting going. Took a nap. I didn't want to, but I felt like I needed it. So this girl lay down and had a nap, and I actually feel better. So hopefully. Oh wait, hold it. No. Where are you looking now? There we go. I hit a button. Let me bring you down. Let me turn you. Then I have to finagle so you don't see the cord. All right. I have to make this over here and do all the things. Hi, Sandy. Welcome on in. So, there's a couple of foam boards that we have. One of these days, I'm going to be all set up by the time I come live. It's not happening right now. One of these days, I will be. It works. We get it done. Don't we? So those were some extra pieces of foam board that Josh cut for various projects. I kind of know what they're going for. So I will go ahead and do that. I just thought I'd bring them over here and put them so they were in the Kinusaiga area. We're going to try to work on the Goose tonight. I know I need to do this week's recap, which I will get to at one point when my head starts spinning with other things. Need to get them out so that they're helpful if they were set and I had a week ahead. That's what I need to be. It's a week ahead and then work on the next week, and I'm going to do that. Shorts are up. At least I'm getting the recaps up or the shout outs every day. Okay. So tomorrow we will not be live. I don't know how I feel when I come back, but we're going to meet up with my husband's grandmother, and it's going to be a busy day. We'll see how I feel when. Oh. Why did you do that? Give me a minute. Back again. There we go. There we go. That should work. I did that. Because it's an old phone that doesn't want to work. I think I may be looking into getting a mini iPad very soon. Like a reused one. I have to look and see what, I don't know what mini series they are on. So I don't want to get too far, but I also don't want to find one that's a little bit better than this. I have the 7x9 and 8x8. We will see where that leads us down the road here. That's one thing I am looking at. Just because I think it'll be better. Okay. Let's do this before I wanted to show you this, all this. I wanted to paint the paint sticks so they'll be ready for, yeah, you can get a halfway decent refurbished one. I looked on eBay, but I have to look at what the generations are so I know whether or not, that's what I kind of need to see is, and what generation we're at, and see if, but just one instead of this because this phone is old. I know it's way, way old, but I don't also get one that's going to be, you know, I probably could get um like something that's Android that won't be probably as expensive. I'm so used to Apple, but I can learn Android too. But we'll get there, guys. One step at a time. So I have grandma's finished painting or finished the thing. Looks really good. So I want to put a little hanger on the back. I did put the cards the what was it? I love the sparkle on the frame. I did put the Mod Podge, and I think it made the cardstock much more firm and just more sturdy. So that's even an idea if you're not doing add the sparkles, adding a little bit of cardstock to that or Mod Podge, that would be great. And in my juice today, there's pear and apple, pineapple, kale, a little bit of there's carrot, and there's a little bit of like mixture that was from a platter that's kind of what is it? It's broccoli, tomato, spinach, and carrot. So that's in there. One recommendation if you're going to do pear, and I did not film it because I wanted to try it first, but I learned a lot. Was if you're going to do pear and you're going to juice pear, you got to juice it with something like carrot. Was a mess. Carrot and apple, carrot, something from kale or something like that, because it needs something like that. So the next time I juice pear, because when I was growing up, I loved to get those cans of pear nectar. Oh, they were so good. Like my favorite when I got pear nectar because and when it was cold, it's my favorite. But I love to make homemade one, but throwing straight pear in the juicer was not a good idea. Okay, let's make sure this is right side up. And I have a piece of leftover sticky. Yeah, but I would not juice pear by itself. I would absolutely put um I would put it in with kale or carrots or something. I will not ever do it by itself because even with apple, it was difficult. It was a whole mess. So, in order to put this on the back, I would definitely put a ruler. So, this is 7 inches. So, we want to make sure we're putting this around the 3.5, which is right here, so that we make sure that we are absolutely putting this in the middle. So, it's going to hang in the middle properly. Yeah. Oh, it's delicious. Just juicing it was an absolute mess. And I put the apple in to help, and it was just a mushy mess. So I'm like, no. Next time I do pear, it's going to be with carrot or not even pineapple. I mean, it needs to be carrot and spinach and something, so it kind of has something else to grip it. It just was not good. So put it in the middle so that you're measuring your 3.5 and you're putting it there. That way you have an absolute middle and you straighten it up because, I mean, it's not going to be perfect, but I don't want it to be. Then I'm going to take the leftover purple. The reason I did that is so it sticks. And I'm going to take some of this glue. That's my little B7000 glue. Okay. And I'm going to take that and just put it on a couple little places. Even though this has sticky stuff, I want to make sure that it's not going to go anywhere. So just take it and put it there. So now if she wants to hang it up, she has a hanger to hang it up. So, and I'm probably going to just tie it because it just seems a little long. So we're going to kind of tie it there. So, and we're going to tie it again one more time. Just so it kind of shortens it because it doesn't really need to be that long. But I really don't want to take it off again because right. So now it's like right above. You don't want to do it where you're going to have issues with this laying flat against the wall. So then that's that. And then we're going to take a purple to match the back of the fabric. And we're just going to put that edge there. And I'm going to absolutely cover up this. Right? We're going to absolutely cover up this. I'm going to try to cut that as evenly as I can. Doesn't have to be perfect. And now, oops, there's no lid. And then just take your glue, just put it in the corners and all around. And this way, this will be on there. And I'm going to take that, put that away. Where is my handy dandy fast acting glue? I'm just going to mix that in there too as well. Between these two glues, believe me, this is not going anywhere. And then we're going to take the tip of it, the straight side, and put it up there. Now we got to move this over a little bit because it needs to be there. And then I'll put this by the front door. And then that way. They do have, and I will get them eventually, is those things you hang pictures with. You can put them into this and glue them. And even with the screws, it would work. You just would need to put a little glue on the screws. And then that would be a great thing to put on the back of these. And I think the felt would also help it. So that's eventually where we're going. But I don't have any, and I got to get some. And you can just pick them up at any place. So then we're going to just turn this over and put it down for a minute. You can get them at hardware store. You can get them at Walmart. You can order them Amazon. That's eventually where we're going to get. But right now, this is what we have, and it'll work. Use what you have. And then that way, she can choose to hang it up, or she could use to just take this and put this back here and just put it on, just tape this back here if she wanted to. But if she wants to hang it up on a wall, now she has a little hanging tool to hang it with. So it gives her a little tool to do that with. And I'm just going to kind of cut off the thing. So anyway, that's done. I'm going to let that sit so that we can let that dry. That's going to be something we're going to be taking on and off. There we go. It's got some place to sit. All right. Now, until we get the paint sticks done, I'm going to get those those picture hanging things that you put on the back of pictures, and I'll be ordering those or picking them up from Walmart or whatever. I just wanted to show everybody the paint sticks. And I have this, I love this paint. This is metallic brown. Waverly also has, you can get it at Walmart, stained colors. I'm probably going to end up getting that. But I really like this. I just want everybody to see. And I tasted the pear juice by itself. Oh my goodness, it was so good. Like so much better than the actual pear juice that I get at, when you get those cans from the store. But my grandmother used to get them pear nectar, and I would just sit, and it would be nice and cold. I loved it. So anyway, you take, and we're gonna take our picture of the flag, and we're gonna do paint sticks as the side. I really like paint sticks as a great frame. We're still gonna do the cardstock. I really like that too. But I'm really liking the paint sticks, and I'm probably going to use them a lot too as well. I just have to get a saw something to cut it with. But I'm really, really, really liking using paint sticks. So anyway, I just wanted to show everybody. If you take a little bit, that may even be too much, but we can put it back. And you take a little bit of just a wet nap or a diaper wipe, right? And you just take it and you do this. You will see the wood grain. Now this has a little sparkle, which I love. Got to get more of this because I really like this color for staining and stuff. Look at, if you have a diaper wipe or a wipe, it's going to stain it. Look at that. Look at the shine and look at the grain, right? That this gives off. And you would think, my goodness gracious, you wouldn't need to do that with a paint stick. It wouldn't show the grain like it does. And I think this is going to look great on the frame. And when we cut it, we'll just do the end like this. And then I would absolutely do the back, do the sides. And the reason I would do the back is because you're going to, that'll just seal the end. You know, it'll seal the paint stick. And then when it sets, I'm going to use Mod Podge and we're going to seal the entire paint stick. And then when I cut it, whenever I get my thing to cut it, I only have to just do the end. I may need 4 wipes to do this, but okay. So just take it. You know, a lot of paint goes a long way. You're just staining it. Oops. But it's a great way to stain something you really see. But this way you're sealing it both front and back and putting the Mod Podge on. I'm not even going to kind of worry about that top part or the side part. So we won't be using it past that. So, but I'm doing it right now. By using the Mod Podge, you're really sealing in the, you're just protecting. Because again, this is going next to your fabric. Fabric and wood, wood can get moisture and so can fabric absorb moisture. So you don't want to, you want to make sure you seal it. Or you get an acrylic, you know, get some kind of spray. There's acrylic sealers and enamels. You just want to make sure you're sealing it before you're going to put it next to it. But look at that. That color has a little bit of a sheen to it. And you want to use the side that doesn't have the wording on it or the ruler marks on a paint stick. It has a sheen to it, but it's really showing off a little sparkle. Look at that. It just makes it such a nice, and just, you know, turn it to you. There may be some spots you have to go over. Okay. We're going to just, they will dry very quickly. Whoops. Just want to make sure I got the sides. Yeah, I did. And we're just moving on. See, this has the lines on it, and you can get a pack of paint sticks for $1.50 for 10. They're not that expensive. They're very inexpensive. You can get the 5-gallon ones too, which would give you more wood and for longer pieces, but you can use a napkin. But I find that the wet of the wipe really kind of helps to extend the paint. And I'm not even going to worry about the top of it because we're not using past. We're going to cut that end piece off that curves up there. So I'm not even going to worry about that piece. I'm just worrying about the sides. You don't need a paintbrush. You just need this. Just make sure you get the back. And I'm doing a little past the bump, just depending where we're going to cut off.
I'm fine.
Okay, good. And I'm doing the back of this just to seal it, but I'm not like fussy over where the wood. I'm worried about the side that has no writing on it whatsoever. I'm getting the paint on the back that has the writing, but not like sitting there going, okay, I've got to get everything, so just, you can see the writing a little bit on that side. You want to focus on the side that doesn't have the writing just to kind of hit the places. But depending on what you're doing, you could do this in black, I just love I'd love the sheen of that. I love this paint. It's metallic. It's metallic by Craftsmart. Get it at Walmart or Hobby Lobby. So then we're going to take this and get a new wet wipe. And then it's right, whether you have a cutting mat down or something, just clean it up. It's nice about having it down. And if you make a mess, you just clean it up. And then I was going to add some sparkle, but I don't think it needs it. I think it would take away from it, honestly. I was going to add some of that glitter sparkle, but I just think it'll be too much on it. I want the artwork to show off, not the frame. But I do want to give the frame a little bit of sparkle. And you all, last night I was talking and I said, I don't know if I'm coming on Thursday. And nobody corrected me. And I'm like, it's Friday or it's Thursday. And everybody's like, yeah. I'm like, I somehow lost a day somewhere. I thought, oh, don't know where I lost today, but I lost a day yesterday. I was thinking all day yesterday it was Wednesday and that today was Thursday. I have no idea. She's a weirdo. I put a slice of cheese down, just a little thing of cheese. It's making a salad today. And she just hopped around that cheese. Like, it was just too big for her little dainty mouth. I'm like, Jordan would have, Christina's other her service dog would have eaten that up like it was nothing. She dumped around that whole thing. It was hysterical to watch her do it. Absolutely hysterical. Yep. Well, I thought it was, and I was talking yesterday. I said, yeah, I don't know if I'm coming on Thursday and I'll come on Friday. And I'm like, wait a minute, where did the day go? Where did the day go? So anyway, you can really see the wood grain through it. And there was one in that pack that really didn't have a lot of wood grain. And if I chose that one, and I didn't for this one because I really wanted it to look, I really wanted the waves of this to kind of come through because of the flag. But if I was going to choose that one, don't you find it without it? Let's see. Find it. I was going to choose that one, and it didn't really have a lot. I would choose that one for the bottom. That one, no. Let's see if I can find it. Not getting everything else messed up. This one. And it's not a Lowe's one. That didn't have a lot. I would choose this one to put on the bottom. You see the difference? This is an Ace Hardware. This is a pack from Lowe's. I would choose this one for the bottom. If you had them, then I would actually tell you to just go to Lowe's and get a pack. Because when Christina was getting married, I did paint sticks and I made this pallets. I made a thing that looked like a pallet out of paint sticks, so we could put. I didn't think I was going to use all this paint. I did. We could put the candles for the tables on them, and the decorations we had for the tables in the center for them. Hi, the stats. Welcome on in. And so paint sticks are underrated. You can do a lot with paint sticks, and they don't cost that much money. I would tell you to buy them over. I mean, you can get free ones, and they're fine. But the ones that you buy, especially from Lowe's, they really have a pretty good wood grain in them. And you could paint them, but I like the look of staining them. I really like the look of staining it. So, new trick. We're going to put this on the frame. I'm probably going to use paint sticks. Combination between paint sticks and the cardstock thing. I think it's all going to depend on the pattern we're doing. The flag just lends itself to this, but I think that's going to be so pretty. And then, hi, Alfonso. Well, that's awesome. Yeah, paint sticks are great for a lot of crafts. People don't realize they really. Okay, those are going to dry. Just looking to see if I need to. Looking on the side that's going to see. Okay. And then, because I don't like to waste, we're going to put what paint I didn't use back into the container. Okay. And my gray tablecloth should be here on Wednesday. Graying out this blue one for a gray one. And that's why it's nice to keep a thing of wipes, baby wipes, wipes by your station. That way you don't have to keep getting up because I don't want paint on. I love that paint, but I really don't want it on my fabric. So, pick up a package of wipes, or they have wipes. These are flushable wipes, but you can get those at, what is it? Sam's Club, Costco, Walmart, baby wipes. And then you clean your hands when you're not getting paint on your fabric. Or if you're using glitter or something. And then it's also good to have. Whoops. It's also good to have them. So every once in a while, even though you're not doing anything that warrants it, your cutting mat or your this is a cutting board from can't think tonight from Sam's Club. Just wipe it down. That way it'll keep things clean. Okay. Yep. Yep. They really work out good. Okay. Before we go on to the goose, I just wanted to show you a little bit. While that's drying for a minute. I have to still wait to cut them, but I wanted to show you a couple patterns that I'm working on. See what's in the future as we go down this rabbit hole of designs, right? This is one I worked on today. Love the boots. My daughter loves horses and cowboys, but I love them. Um, I still need to clean up the lines a little bit, and I think that this would be good on a larger piece. I think we'll be fine kind of getting into this area here with it. And I tried to go through like this line that goes from here to here needs to match up to this flower here. So there's a couple little things I have to make corrections on. This really needs to line up to this. And this needs to line up to, where's my, I get, oh, something white. This my finger. This little this line here needs to line up with here. This line needs to line up here. This line needs to line up here. So I still have to work on it, and fool around with it a little bit. Um, I'd rather this line kind of line up more to this, that that's straight. I like the way the boots look. I think we'll be okay to kind of nudge right in here. But I need to work on the lines, and even in here, I think we'll be okay. Um, this is what I'm doing. And I think too, we need to make a line from here to here down because that it'll be easier to curve. And though I think we could do that, I think I would like possibly a line there. That's one. This is one is Mama's birthday. It's on the 23rd. These are very thick lines. I need to figure out a way to cut them down. We're going to work on the teapots eventually, but we may still be on the goose. But I will probably do this. I've got an 8x8, but it's not going to work in an 8x8. It's going to work in a 7x9. So I may have to take that 7x9 and have Josh just cut out another 7x9 for a cross. But this one we're going to do on a 7x9. And that fabric that I got, this one, don't tell Mama, but it's probably her birthday present. This fabric I got, not this one I got in remnants from Hobby Lobby. I thought would be great for one of these teapots. But this is one that we're going to be doing. We're definitely going to be doing the Ohio one. It says Ohio. And I know it's like, oh my goodness, letters. Well, this letters are much more spread out, and I still need to make cuts here and here and or here and then have it go here and go up here and then have this go, possibly, from here to here and from here to here, kind of like a little, from here to here and from here to here. And the same with the I. But they're much fatter letters, and they absolutely uh, would be fine from here to here and do the same thing from, just match up these lines going in. So we're going to do this one eventually. These are not the sizes. I just printed them out so you guys can see. This is one I worked on the other day. This is a dolphin. I did not do the eye because I'm going to be looking for either kind of little bitty rhinestones or eyes that would go here. So the dolphin's eye would go there. But these are splashes. I still need to kind of work on shaping up those lines a little bit more. But this is another one that we'll be working on, like the dolphin. This is one we're going to do on Facebook with the 8x8 one that Josh cut out. Because I want to go on Facebook and do some and start some of them there so that I can get people to carry over here. So this is one we're going to do over there. I thought it was pretty simple, but I need to do a better job of matching this up. I need to carry the line coming down here, and I need to do another line from kind of here to here, and probably from here to here. And so I've got to do a couple extra lines on this one because you can, but the fabric to go in here and have to go all the way around here is just not going to work. So I have to do a little bit more lines to draw. And this has to be matching up to this better. I do things a lot in Canva. I get images, I put them in Canva, and then I start putting lines, but it's hard to do it on the phone. I need to sit actually with uh Mocha, what do you have? Leave it. Um I need to sit with it and work on it more. Um this is one we're also going to work on for a lady that I follow. She's in Indiana. And this is one that we're going to be doing probably a 7x9. And this is a little ladybug on a cross. Um, anyway, this is another thing. I probably won't be putting the dots on it because I think the dots would be kind of hard to do. I would probably add some kind of. They have shiny felt that I could cut out, that I could put shiny felt and glue that on, or patches of something or other down. So that's something else. Because I just think these things are going to be hard to do, but we could put the dots on it with felt or little beads or something like that. I also did not put. Mocha, what are you doing? It's like you're starving you to death. Um, We also did not put the antlers on because the antlers, we could take the silver string and make the antlers. It would be a lot easier. Another thing you can use too is embroidery thread. So I figured we could take that for that. So that's another thing that I'm going to do because um, yeah, she's right there. I don't know what she's eating now. She's just sniffing. Um, anyway, that she says to her lady when she says to people, she goes, "Hi, my ladybug." So that's why I'm going to do that and actually send that to her. Um, this one I have to still kind of work on to get. And you see why I've gotten very distracted lately and things haven't gotten done because I've been working on Kinusaiga projects or patterns. This was kind of inspired by our air balloon thing that we did recently, but I'm probably going to do a little bit. This is just it, but I need to do more cuts. Like I probably would take this in the center and go up so there's not such long sections. And I wouldn't even bother trying to cut this out. Wouldn't even bother with it. I would just go ahead and add embroider black thread or very thin black yarn to this, or cording, or that silver yarn that we've been using, and they have it in so many colors. I would use that versus trying to make this happen. And I'm probably going to get rid of this thin line that comes down here and just have a basket because it will just be so much easier. And you could even do like a basket where you're doing like a little four section so it looks like a pattern. And on the basket we need to do the clouds like we've been doing, and of course making cuts other ways through, I think, though. And even on the mountaintop I would do this line here and a line here, and maybe even more lines coming down the mountain. And definitely throughout the clouds making more cuts. So that's another one that I'll be working on. This one is another one I thought of that fabric for, and this is a teapot. This was one of the first ones, and this is just a coloring page. But I need to do a little bit more. One thing I thought of maybe was almost kind of sitting it like on having like a window behind it or something. I don't know yet, but this is another one. But I have to make more cuts to this. I would make a cut going down here. I would make a cut across. I would get rid of these little circles, and you could actually just put something there instead. I wouldn't even bother with the little circles. And then you're going to have to make cuts throughout the teapot. Um, and little cuts going here along the side For the stems of the thing, I would just use black embroidery thread or something to put, or cording or something, or I would not even bother trying to do that. And then, of course, the flowers, you need to come up and do lines coming all the way down the flowers, and possibly putting something else in the middle versus the circle, but this circle is big enough that it wouldn't be as difficult to cut in. But you could also make it like a Mocha. What are you finding, darling? Well, see, now you got yourself in trouble. You could even make this like a four, section there. So, and then the teapot handle would have to. That all needs to be done and cleaned up for Kinusaiga. But that's another one. This is another one found. Um, that would be really nice as a pattern. I'd probably do a little bit more lines down the middle of this. And some of these that I've gotten, I would still change a little bit more to make them more Kinusaiga friendly than they are. I may make this a little bit like this vine. I may make go over here and make the line coming down from here instead of where it's coming from, and moving this more to be centered to come down this way and making it more thick or something like that. And the same thing kind of over here. But I did like the sections. I figured they would be pretty easy to go in and out of. I still think I need to clean that up for it, but that's another one. Excuse me. Um, these two I have to still work on. I loved the dog. I found this just by finding the coloring page, but I still need to do. I mean, this isn't very clean. I would make this more of a heart. I wouldn't even bother doing the eyes. I would just get something that looks like eyes versus trying to do that. And you could do that in fabric, absolutely, but I would probably do something else just a little bit different. But I really like the dog. I thought the dog was really cute. I just need to make sure that any pattern that we're doing is not anything that I'm taking from anybody. That it's totally free and that I can use it without issues. So, but I still need to kind of change this up a little bit. Um, and kind of make it my own. um, and so, but that's one of them that I thought of. I could kind of turn into something. Gives me an idea. This, my mother-in-law really loved swans, and this was just free. This was just a free coloring book kind of thing. But I thought this would be pretty on a lake, you know, so forth. I thought this would also be very, very pretty. And I'm probably going to figure out how to do this one, and I will give this to my mother-in-law if I see her for Christmas. So absolutely do I think that this would be absolutely, she loves swans. It's her favorite. So I wouldn't even be bothering with the eye. I would just put a little eye or a little rhinestone bead there. I wouldn't even bother. When I was talking to you all now, I can't use this one because this is somebody's work, but I wanted to show you kind of where I'm thinking of taking this to. Is I talked about the little raindrops and like the pictures inside the raindrops, but this is a stained glass pattern. um, I mean, I could do the work and sell the finished work. I just can't sell the pattern because it wouldn't be mine. It's actually somebody else's. Somebody that does stained glass. But this is what I was talking about with the teardrop. And I think it would really look really good coming from the top of the Kinusaiga. I paint foam board coming down around. And this was just one example of so many stained glass ones that have been done. And maybe this is not, maybe I could do something. I mean, I still would probably take and divide this in half. That would probably be the only change I would really need to make, and maybe even make this from here up as a half, and maybe even divide all these so that there was, they were even more sliced out, and of course in the back and everything. But taking the example of the teardrop, yes, and being able to put our own little pictures in it and figuring out how to do that, and making it my own. But this was the teardrop. I thought it would look really, really cool on a Kinusaiga project. But I just wanted to show people what I was talking about when I was talking about the raindrop, because I didn't know if people, just give them an idea of actually what it looks like and what I'm talking about when I'm talking about that. So I don't know how many that is. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They're the this one's gone. I mean, we just got it tested. 8, 9, 9, 10, 11, 12. So there's at least 12 patterns here, and that's just the start. That's just the start. This one's done and ready to be tested after we get done with that other one and we get done with the goose. And I would really I'm going to cut this. I think I'm going to cut this out. Have Josh cut another 7x9 because I really would like to get work on teapots too. Teacups. Let's give it to Mama for her birthday. So that's kind of going to be her birthday gift. But I took these teacups and I modified the pattern even more because it needed to be more Kinusaiga friendly. So anyway, those are our patterns. And again, that's just the start. It's just the start. All right, those are dry. So before we start putting out our stuff, I'm going to take these. Okay. So we have to wait till we get something to cut those. That will be used for our flag. And over there, I'll use up all my space for my stuff. I can just keep that in there. God bless you. We got off the live last night and rain poured. So we will not be on here long tonight, not till 11 o'clock, because we have to get up and be out of the house by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. And I don't want to be tired. I did lay down and take a nap because I was fighting sleep. And I said, Mary, you need to have rest. I felt better after I actually went to bed. Where is it? Okay. That's our goose or whatever you want to call it. We're giving it mixing up my juice. Henrietta. Maybe that's what we should name it. Henrietta. Okay, that's that. I'm just going to put this here. I can pull that out of there. All right. Yeah, let me figure out. And I'll try to get you all in the frame. I'm still learning everything, but I'm trying to get everybody in the frame of everything. If I don't, please tell me so that I can put you back in the frame. If you see me getting out of the frame, just put frame in the comments and then I'll know, oh, I need to pay attention to what I'm doing. Pattern there in case I need it. All righty, we're working on the water because I think that we have to put down. Oh, I did look up what a goose is done in some are gray, some are white. So I think we're going to make use that shiny white for the goose, which lends me to think that we may use this blue all for the water. But I'm glad I did get that aqua blue from Walmart. But if I start getting out of frame, just say frame in the chat, and then I'll know. Oh, I need to get back in the frame. But that's our key word is frame. Come on, come back up here. No, that's too much. There we go. Sometimes I get so involved that I forget. It's like, oh yeah, I gotta make it. And those flowers yesterday were so tedious to do. That part of the reason I just think, you know, they were extremely tedious. So one thing I'm doing with this is kind of like if this is here, I'm trying to put the next one there. Well, let's see. Do I like that better? Yeah, I kind of like that. Going from there to there. I cut a little bit too much fabric, but it's fine. Let's bring that down. Yes. And they had water, images at that craft store, that fabric store we went to. There was tons of options for water looking fabric. Just didn't get cut through. So tomorrow we're gonna go up to their Dutchman. See Grandma and my mother-in-law. I didn't want to take a nap, but I think my body needed it. That's why I was going to come on at 7:45 and I was just kind of waking up 7:45. I have to reschedule this give me an extra 15 minutes. And I still was kind of struggling. I was tired. And that's what I was kind of talking about yesterday with people that are, you know, fibromyalgia patients is you gotta give them their, maybe I gotta use this. You gotta give them their space because, you know, you just don't know. And Josh came in the room and he goes, "Did I wake you up?" And it was like 7 o'clock. I said, "No, I need to get up." And he didn't, it's their body. And if they need to lay down for 45 minutes, an hour, and it's 6 o'clock at night or 7:30 at night, they're doing it for a reason. They're not doing it because they're trying to be lazy. They're doing it because they need it. And so. I probably won't come live tomorrow. We'll see. I may go live when we're coming down. I don't know. We'll see. We shall see. May take my patterns with me. I don't know. We'll see. if not, because we'll be there about 12. We'll probably be there for at least 2 hours, and then it's another hour and a half back. And so and we have to be up by, I have to be up by at least 7:30 in the morning so I can have my coffee and everything and then be leaving. And so by the time we get back, it's probably going to be, say we'll be there till probably 3:30 and then we'll be back about 5. So I probably won't. Probably just come back and relax. But you never know. This is like several people, there's a lot of people say this is very addicting, and it is. Once you start, it's kind of like I'm just warning y'all, it's the very addicting. And I think the goose is going to be cute. Once you start, you may not be able to stop, just so you know. And I'm really paying attention like this, kind of folding my ends in a little bit. So when I tuck them here in that little slot, instead of going all the way to the back, they're flatter. You see the difference? Because that was one thing I noticed too. Trying to make it. When I was going to put the frame on for the wood frame, is that I really need to pay attention that I'm making these ends kind of straight and not too much bulk. Because then when the wood goes on, you don't want a lot of, you want to kind of make sure that that's flat, because then will affect how the everything lies. So I'm trying to pay much more attention to how I kind of end that so it looks nice. Makes a difference when you're going to frame. So I think we're going to do the water all the way down because we're going to do the goose in the white. And I just don't know about this. This is what I got. And I don't know if you all tell me if we're going to use this for the goose, right? I just don't think that trying to put these two sparkles together. So then this would be here, right? So this is going to be here for the goose. And then you're going to have this next to it. I think it's just too much. I think it's better off to do all of the water in this blue. What do y'all think? Than having this and this together. We can maybe use this up in the hat. I think it's just all too much. I really do. That's my assessment of it. But I could be wrong. And if anybody wants to know, Waverly does this in the white and this, and it's at Walmart. So they do that in aqua and that color, and that's the only colors they do it in. They should do it in more because I probably go get every color they had. Over time. Oops, that wasn't what I was supposed to do. I forgot I took that one off. No. And get the thing back. I did it too much, and now it's gonna stick it together. I got talking too much. There we go. Because I just took that off too soon. Too soon. And I don't want the fabric to stick. Remember, you got your little 3 ml board underneath here. Guess I didn't cut these out very good, did I? That's why it's handy to have your cutting tool out, because you sometimes realize you think you cut it well enough to stick the fabric and you didn't. And so sometimes you have to go over it. It's better to do it before you put the fabric down. But if you have to and you... Okay. Now they should all be cut. Where are you? Let's turn this so it's easier to cut the fabric with. Let's do, I need a little bit of this tonight. Let's see. So, I need... Hold on, I gotta make this.
Chapter. And I welcome you to Jolly Rancher tonight for the first recording live from the Jolly Rancher of the Scott Thompson Trio. And now I'm sure you'd like to meet them.
Hopefully we hear the music in a minute. I feel like Scott a little bit tonight. And for those that don't know, Scott is like an uncle to me.
On the guitar, Mr. Jim
This was done about, this was done back in like the 60s. So he's in his almost 80s now, but could have been better than Stevie Wonder. And he does our Got You Covered, and that was his song.
Jolly Rancher.
But I just feel like a little music.
This is the Scott Thompson
Trio.
Music that we hope you enjoy. And we're going to start off this session with
Come to the cabaret, old John. I love music. I love to do music while I'm working too. I can play that music without copyright issues. Because I have permission to play it, and I'm the only one that does. And his music gets heard, and he is thrilled to death. Hi, Riches. Welcome on in. I replied to your email, so I don't know if you saw the reply, but I did reply to it. One more time, Scott. For those that don't know, the music I'm playing is Scott Thompson. He is like an uncle to me. He is blind. This was done in the 60s. He is now in his 80s. He cannot play anymore. He had a better voice, as far as I'm concerned, than Stevie Wonder. He was blind. He taught himself how to do the piano and sing and everything. He literally could hear a song, go to the piano, and play it. He had amazing, amazing, amazing talent, and it was never utilized. But he's like an uncle, so I've got his album from 1960s that I found again, and that Alfonso put onto, this kind of put it on to where I could play it. And we shared a couple of songs. I got to share some more. I only have about 20 of his songs, um, but I can play this because I've gotten permission to.
Mr. Gene DeTass.
I just figured we needed a little music. It's Friday night, and we're partying with Kinusaiga.
Guitar, Mr. Joe DeFranco.
But if you have a chance to look at that email,
Behind the organ and the piano,
take a look at
Mr.
it.
Scott Thompson.
Oh, and I love that fabric. Okay. I love that other fabric, that other picture of that fabric. Gorgeous fabric.
Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the beautiful Jolly Roger.
Jolly Roger's no longer there in Florida.
This is the Scott Thompson Trio here to play the music that we hope you
But he did a song called I Got You Covered. I used that for our intro and our. Come hear the music play. My life is a cabaret. Of course, he didn't write the songs, but. Come to that cabaret. Come hear the wine. Come hear the sun. Come to the halls that's celebrating. Okay. Life is like a cabaret, old chum. Go through that cabaret. Y'all can't tell I love music, huh? I love music. When we would go see him, because that when he played someplace where we could go see him when I was growing up, my grandfather used to take us and my grandmother. at restaurants and he would play, I would go and I literally wouldn't I would eat, but I would go back and forth to the piano and I would sit there and dance. And he always used to say to me, "You bring me such good luck because whenever you come, my tip jar is always fuller." And I would sing, and oh, I just had a ball. My husband be like, "This is your wife." My is a cabaret, old chum. Only a cabaret, old chum. And he was just so thrilled when I told him I was playing this music on our YouTube channel. He's like, "My music is getting heard." I'm like, "Yes, it is, Scott." That's all he wanted all his life. This was one of his songs. He said it's not one that he likes, but it's one that I like, but he doesn't like. He said he didn't like it. But boy, can you tell it's a 70s inspired song if you listen to the words. Do it your thing. It's never too late for you to swing. Me too. Elvis is always my favorite. You gotta unwind, or you could might blow your mind. And I'm so fun, and so. And it's never too late to have your say. And never too late. I can't help it but sing, guys. I know I don't have a voice, but. Don't you know you got this right? And I'm running down the right. But don't you run on your bag. You say I won't give in. Have company you say. And I was a guess. You were right in the well. Right in your groove. You're meant to lose. And your sins to do your thing. I gotta put this song on the channel. That organ is him. There's one skip in that album, but blind since birth. It was amazing to watch. He's a band nerd. I play the flute. I gotta play. I gotta practice. I gotta pick out another song for my church. They want to be. They want to. They want to be tortured. I decided to do the white or not to do this versus this for the mix because we're gonna use this white for the goose, and I thought it'd be too much. You're right in the land, right in your own groove, and meaning to move. And you're looking to do your thing. So guys, it's never too late. And he made that song. He never said it's not one of his favorites, but they still they do all fireworks again. You do your thing. This was not one of his songs, but I played this over and over. And when I had his album, I lost the record and then I found it and then sent it to Alfonso and he put it on. But where is it? Album. Have you met Miss Jones? Have you met her? I'll tell you when to be impressed. That's Scott. Nothing impressive yet. I'll tell you when. Yeah, they're lighting fireworks off the room. Now, he's blind and he's playing that, guys. Never. He didn't have any teaching in it either. He just did it. Yeah. You did a great job, Alfonso. And I'm telling you, when we sent it to Scott, he said he cried. I mean, understand that section I said for you, this is it. He's blind and he played that. It always floored me. When I listened to it, I was like, that showed the talent of him and he was blind. And it absolutely floored me every time I listened to it. You did a great job in preserving that. And he said he cried when he heard it. Come a long way, that's for sure. Record. Unbelievable. This one is my favorite. No, it's not on this one. Sorry. Um, it's on the other one. I gotta get the other one on here. Yep. He played and then he was in his trailer and he fell and it was probably about 20 years ago, probably 15 years ago, something like that. And he fell, and the position he fell, he pinned his arms like this. He was laying there for hours. And he wasn't able to play after that. So many times before. By the time in Albuquerque, she'll be working. A miracle. You belong. That's celebrate. By the time I get home, I should have been. I know. So you. My daughter would say, "Mom, stop singing. You have a voice." I don't care. Oh, I know where I can play that song. If you don't let 'em know, I can actually play two of them. I'm really paying attention to how I end these on this part now, because when we're going to frame with the wood, and I stain the wood, um, when I stain the wood, if this isn't flat, it's gonna, by the way, if you didn't see this, we're just waiting to cut it. But look at that. That's the stain with the thing. Those are the paint sticks we're gonna use. I'll put it in there. I may be able to use that. But I'm really paying attention that this is as flat as I can make it against there. And yes, they're shooting off fireworks somewhere. I hear them outside. Really trying to pay attention to how I tuck that now. This is why I say I got you covered. A second. Let's do crochet. Yep. Yep. This paint sticks, get a pack. You can get a pack for $1.50 at Lowe's, and you can get 10 of them. Scott, where are you? We have a playlist with several of the songs, but I gotta upload another one. Here we go. Not that. This is kind of where I got the song that says, "Be proud of being me because everyone else is taken." Well, I got that from something else, but let's see, where's the playlist? I got a feeling that you got me covered. That's Scott. Where is it? 1, 2, 3, 4. I know we got you covered, Scott. Thank you. It's not. It's gonna do a Merry Christmas one. Where is the playlist for it? Where are ya? Thank you. This is why I tell people this song. I got a feeling that you got me covered too. That's got you covered. This is why I tell everybody, be proud of being you. This song, I love this song. Gives me goosebumps when I listen to it. He did a recording, probably in the 80s or 90s. of all the songs that he actually wrote and put the music to. This is one of them.
Looks like I'm down now. And to you I might seem the picture of fear and doubt. Take another good look, for there's something that you just don't see.
And I'm so proud of being me.
I know that I've left
Beautiful things behind.
but I
And
look around
then who knows what I might find. Oh, yes, he does. Oh, he had a beautiful voice.
What's the difference? As long as the spirit inside me is free. And I'm so proud of being me.
There's not an end to those questions you have. And all those well meaning suggestions you have. Or I'm gonna find my own special dream for me that way. Well, I've got to do a train too for somebody.
Road may be dark and lonely as I.
Doesn't have to be. It does not have to be lonely. It doesn't have to be dark. You got us.
There'll always be that feeling of hope in my soul. I don't care what they say, for I'll make out okay. Wait and see. For I'm so proud that my head is on board. I'm not one of the crowd, you see, but I'm so proud of being me. I don't care what they say, or I'll make out okay. Wait and see. For I'm so proud that my head is on board. I'm not one of the crowd you see, but I'm so proud of me.
See why I said he would have been better than Stevie Wonder if somebody would have taken him under his wing. But there was other issues that prevented all of that, and it was sad. This is Christina's and my one of my favorite ones. I can find it.
I got you covered. I know everything you're gonna do. I got you covered.
I can see inside of you. This is a song he wrote and did the lyrics for.
Right down to the T. And you ain't never gonna get away from me. I got you covered. I got you covered.
I got you covered. So there's no fancy airs. I got you covered. It won't give me those icy stares. I'm latched on to your little game, and you know you better than I know my name. I got you covered. I got you covered. There are so many things that are still a mystery. Many things. There's never been a puzzle to me. I got you covered. There's nothing more to say. Hurry. I'm gonna get in my way. When you touch my hand the way that you do, I love. Yeah, me too. I got you covered. There are so many things that are still mystery. But you're the only thing that has never been a puzzle to me. I got you covered. So there's nothing more to say. Don't worry. Oh, I'm gonna get in my way. You much more the way that you do. I'm feeling that you got me covered too. I got you covered. I'm really paying attention to my sides now. We'll say them on the phone. I'll say, Scott, I got you covered. You said, I got you covered too. So that's Scott. Everybody knows the song People, right? Yeah. Okay, yeah, I got you covered. I'll sit there and, when we go, I'll sit there and say, oh, why am I doing that? I'll sit there and say, okay. Got you covered, Scott. But he's just said, I said, I got your music covered. He said, I know you do. And he trusts me that I'm going to make sure that I'm going to um, do it correctly. Now, everybody knows The Impossible Dream. This was my grandmother's favorite song, was The Impossible Dream. But this was, now we're going back to the 1960s. Impossible dream. My grandfather's was MacArthur Park. Scott did that, but I don't have that recording. Ridge, unbeatable star. The last sense of courage. I am not going to try to hit that note. No way, and heck on high water, guys. I feel miserable. I think my grandmother was there when I recorded that this album.
That's my favorite sound. I'm so glad you came. And that
And those that know Barbara Streisand that did People, he did that one on this album too. Something. I'm adding more juice to my thing, trying to get to a full thing. So true, guys. I tell you, I like his singing of it better than Barbara Streisand. I'm biased. Children. Very special. Yes, people. Very special person. I know y'all can't see it right now, but I'm just tucking in fabric into the. First. Person who needs people. People who need people. I am so blessed, guys. There was yes. Akron is about an hour and a half. Medina is about, well, Akron's about an hour and 45 minutes away from us. Medina's about hour and 15 minutes. It's closer. Akron's more, or Medina's closer to Christina. We can get there pretty easily. Oh, I totally forgot, guys. Don't tell my husband. Next week, no, the 21st is our anniversary. I was like, yeah, there's something in July. We have been married for 19 years. Now, we have made a decision that we are going to work to save up because that Castle Hotel, that wonderful breakfast that we were trying to see American's Best filming. We saw a little bit of them. We, in 2027, will be our 20th wedding anniversary. So we have decided that we are going to get a room there for the night and go enjoy the castle and go stay there for our 20th wedding anniversary next year. I've always wanted to stay there once, and we're going to get a room there and have dinner there and breakfast there and go enjoy the Castle Hotel for one night next year for our 20th wedding anniversary. So we're hoping to do that. But that's what we'd like to do. It shouldn't be. Oh, you weren't plugged in. Yep. I'll have to see about that, Alfonso. And that reminds me, I got to do a train in Kinusaiga art too pattern. And so the 21st is our 19th wedding anniversary of this month. And we've decided we're going to go down to the Amish country and just see if we can get some of the soap caddies down there and just enjoy the Amish country, go get a bite to eat. And that's how we're going to celebrate our anniversary. Go down there for the day. Go to places and see if they'll take our Amish or soap caddies and go find like a place to have something to eat and maybe sit and sit outside, enjoy the buggies and stuff when they come by. So that's what we've decided to do. So that's what we're going to do next on the 21st. Scott, what else do you have for us right now? Let's see. What haven't played? Let's see. Fine and dandy. Dandy. Candy. I got you. Mm. I'm just trying to tack it down, but I'm trying to go and really make sure these ends are really smooth so there's not a big bulk on the end. I love the water. I'm so glad we stuck with doing that the whole way through. It really looks good. And darling, Clinton and Edison, he was famous. Oh no, I haven't. I have to look that up. And the reason I would say to do this is because when you do your wood frame, you want this to be as close to the edge as you can get it. You want them to be as flat as you can get it to the end. Then the stage. Yeah, we got to do a train. Yeah. And I'll show the patterns again for those people in a little bit that I've worked. I'm like, I don't get anything done. I'll sit there and go, oh yeah, I need to crochet. I need to do this. And I'm like, oh wait, this pattern and this pattern and this pattern and this pattern. I love the water. The water was the way to go all the way down. Mhm. And then we're gonna work on the goose because then I can determine what color I want to make the this the inner tube. Goodness gracious, man. Mm. Put in the stage. Tomorrow. See if that'll be enough. Yeah. Oh, we'll take a break because I showed this before, but you weren't in yet, Riches. You understand why I haven't gotten much done when you see this. Okay. This is some of the patterns. This, my mother's birthday is in June or in July 23rd. And Josh and mine anniversary is the 21st of this month. And we'll be celebrating 19 years. This is the teapots or the teacups. And that's one of the reasons I got this fabric right here. I found that at Hobby Lobby on the clearance rack. So we're gonna do that. It's gonna be her birthday present. Um, I have to work on some of these lines and so forth. This is another one I worked on today. Still have to clean it up a little bit, but that's another one. This is pretty much done, but I still have to add some cuts to it. Ohio, I know it has letters on it, but the Ohio is spread out a lot more. That one. I'm not getting anything else done. Pattern, pattern, pattern. This is the dolphin. So I didn't put the eye because I would just put a little tiny eye, rhinestone eye or something like that. Um, we're gonna probably do this on Facebook, and then I'll say for people to see the rest of it, come over to a YouTube channel just so I can start bringing everybody over to here from Facebook a little bit too over here just to add to our community. Is this fish? This is a real simple one too as well. So that one my pattern. Inspired by the hot air balloons, but I still have to do a lot more cuts in this. Is this one? This one I still have to do a little bit more. Is the teapot. I wouldn't even bother with these circles, but they were just on there. I just have to revise that. But there's the teapot. I wouldn't even do these stems. I would just add my firework. I would just add like uh, embroidery thread or the crochet thread we're using. I would add that. I wouldn't even bother with trying to do that. Um, this one as well is a good one. This one I have to make sure that I'm not going to have issues with it being. It's just a free. That I'm not. It's not a copyright issue, which I don't think it will be. But I think that will be cute. I still would make some modifications into this one. That would be real cute. Um, My mother-in-law loves swans, so I'm going to do this for her Christmas present. But this is just the start of it. I still have to add a background and everything. But the swan, and then I don't know if I can do this. I think I probably can do it and sell the artwork, but I don't think I can sell the pattern. But I want to do. I want to take this and do things inside of it that would be my own. This is that teardrop I was talking about where it's a big teardrop. And these are, this is not necessarily the size of every one of these ones. It's just, I just printed them out real quick so y'all can see them. But the teardrop where then you add pictures inside the teardrop. And I don't know if I do this. The gentleman that I found it on, it was stained glass. So it may be an issue, but we could do our own little ones inside of them. And I can design that. But I love the teardrop. And of course, if you put it on something, you would have to actually do some cuts and so forth. But I really like kind of the teardrop inside with the picture. So those are just like, I think I counted 12. And this one is probably one we are going to do very soon because there's a lady I follow on Facebook, and she's called Angie Allen's World, and she lives in Indiana, and she actually calls her crew her love bugs, and so that's why I did the love bug in the middle. So I want to do this for her and send it off. I wouldn't even bother doing these dots. I would just add them with maybe, um, like I cut circles out of sparkly felt and put that on there or something like that. And then for the antennas, I would just take floss yarn and put it and add the antennas that way or that silver yarn or something. I wouldn't try to do thin antennas on there. They would just wouldn't look right. So we're going to probably do this very soon because then I want to get hers done and send it off to her with some subcatties she can use in some of her giveaways. Excuse me. So I wonder what I've been doing. Oh, there you go. Yeah, pipe cleaners, you can do that too. Just depends how thick you want them. I have to tell you a story about Scott. Story time with Buster Crochet. Anyway, I was at Scott loved songs. I mean, he just loved he loved Johnny Mathis and Barbara Streisand, and I mean, it was just unbelievable his knowledge of music and songs and all that kind of stuff. Well, my grandmother used to take him sometimes when Johnny Mathis used to be coming to the Broward Performing Arts. She would take all of us to go. She would take Scott. So we would take Scott with us. And so he would be sitting, we were where we were sitting in the thing. And I was probably, I saw Johnny Mathis maybe twice in my life at least. And so we were sitting up towards towards pretty close to the front. We weren't like right on the stage, but we were pretty close. And Scott is just, I mean, he is just in heaven. I mean, he's just like, you could have just, he just loved it. He was just in heaven with it. And so every time, you know, uh, Johnny Mathis is singing, he's trying to sing along with them a little bit. And these people are kind of turning their head a little bit to the first part of the show, kind of like irritated that he just wasn't being quiet. And when Johnny got done with a song, he would just clap and just absolutely, he just was just, you couldn't have asked for, he just loved it, right? So anyway, my grandmother gets up to go take him and let him, during intermission, let him, if he needs to take him so somebody could help him, in the restroom and so forth. So I was a teenager, and I just looked at these people. Yep. I just looked at these people and I sat there and I said, they turned their, I just said to them, excuse me, to the two people that were there. I said, since the gentleman that you seem to be so irritated about has walked away, I'm going to tell you this. I don't know if you realize, but he is totally blind. I said, you are sitting in your seats enjoying Johnny, seeing Johnny, and he doesn't have that opportunity. This to him is an evening out, a tremendous experience. He's having the time of his life. And I said, you all get to not only hear Johnny, but you get to see Johnny perform. He doesn't have that opportunity. Guess what happened? He came back from his seat. Them people never turned around again the entire rest of the show. I said, I just wanted you to know, I'm sorry that he may be bothering you all and making, being a little bit loud and maybe singing along with Johnny, but he just can't help it. I said, he's having the time of his life. And at least the two of you can see him. You can see Johnny Mathis singing. Scott doesn't have that ability. I said, he's totally blind. He's been blind since birth. And I thought, you know what? He's probably the only, he could have gone on stage with Johnny Mathis and sung and 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 held a tune to him actually. I mean, it wasn't like he wasn't, he was terribly singing. He wasn't. At least he was singing along with Johnny. He was singing on key. You had me singing, wouldn't have been singing on key, that's for sure. Anyway, I just very quietly, he came back to his seat. They never turned around the rest of the time. Little bit of Lizzie. Guys, I do have, I'll sit there every once in a while and say, Lizzie's coming out. Just come out every once in a while in my life. I've gone, okay. Lizzie's coming. You can't see. Yep. Nope, they didn't say anything. I just quietly said something. I said, at least the two of you get to see Johnny performing. He can't see. And I'm sorry that he's I'm sorry you all are bothered by his reactions to the music. And they got very quiet. They didn't say one other word. And they never turned back around again the rest of the show. But, he wore glasses. It was hard to know that he couldn't see. And sometimes I think that sometimes people need to realize or get to know that. I mean, I had to do that with my daughter. I mean, some people are just they're just blind as freaking bats. I mean, honestly. We had Christina in the doctor's office one time. She was having her blood pressure checked. Now, Christina does not handle blood pressure machines. She likes the manuals. And every time we seemed to go to the darn doctor, they would sit there and say to us, they'd sit there as they were doing her blood pressure, saying, if you don't calm your blood pressure down, we're having to call the paramedics. Thank you. Well, if you're taking her blood pressure, you just raised her blood pressure up about 3 times higher than what it needs to be. So anyway, we're at the doctor. I have Jordan. who has a vest on to say he's an autism service dog. Okay. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that I am dealing with a special needs child. The before we went to have a blood pressure check, she knew that her favorite nurse that was there had left. What we thought that she had left. She didn't leave. She was there. She hadn't left yet. And so Christina is just having a moment in the office. And I'm trying to get her to calm down. I can't. She doesn't want to get on the floor with Jordan to help calm her down. She's just having an autistic moment. And this lady who was standing there, or was sitting there waiting for something, sees we have a big, I mean, Jordan was no small cookies. He was 100-pound black lab. You couldn't miss him. You know, you'd have to step over the dog. I mean, it was just like, he's not something that can be hidden. A huge dog. And so she's making a little bit of a fuss away Christina's acting. And I'm like, and she said, "Oh, I have children on the spectrum and they wouldn't act like that," and all this kind of stuff. And I apologized as best I could. I'm very sorry. I said to the woman, I'm sorry she's acting like this. She was just having a moment. So someone in the back realizes what I'm going through back there. They go get the nurse to come out and let Christina see her so that the nurse can encourage Christina that she's still there. She's going to be the one taking her blood pressure. Christina, autistic individuals don't handle change well, right? So that's that was the way it was going down. And so the nurse came out. Christina saw the nurse. She got all happy. And she calmed down. The nurse said, "You know what, Christina, I really need you to kind of calm yourself down and everything." She talked to her. She goes, "I'm going to be the one taking your blood pressure." I'm sitting there going, "Lady, I'm doing the best I can, trying to calm down a child that does not like change, that is struggling, that, her favorite nurse has left. She wants the same person taking her blood pressure. She didn't want to change." And I said, "I'm really sorry. I was not happy." She was making all different kind of things. "Well, I wouldn't allow my child to act like that." I'm like, "Well, okay. Well, this isn't your child, lady. This is mine, and I'm doing the best I can. And if you have a problem with it, I'm really sorry." And we went back there, and I told the nurse, I was almost in tears. The nurse says, "Don't worry about it." She knew the lady. She goes, "Don't worry about it." Like, and if you've met one autistic individual, you have met one. I'm like, I'm sitting there with a black lab service dog. Come on. You can't tell my daughter's on the spectrum from the black lab service dog sitting there? I finally just had to shut my mouth because I knew I'd say something that I would regret if I didn't. I was too busy trying to take care of, Christina and get her to calm down. And, Jordan was trying to help her as best he can. And she just having a moment. So he's reacting to that. He's realizing she's, having a moment. He's trying to help. And I learned very quickly when I was growing up, and I used to turn and look at people that was having children, and they were having a moment in the store. I used to when I was young, before I had kids. I used to sit there and make assumptions about them. I learned very quickly after having a child on the spectrum, you do not know what's going on in that child's life. You have no way. You shouldn't be talking because you just don't know. Maybe that child is on the spectrum, and the mother's having a really hard time. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's a child that is having a tantrum. But sometimes they are dealing with special needs, and you just don't know what that parent's dealing with. And so you can either sit there and I'm going to put a thing of glue down here and hold this for a second because it's kind of at the edge, a small little piece, and I don't want the foam. I'm going to kind of put that together a little bit, just a little bit. I still want to line through it, but we're going to hold it for a minute. As I kind of... So anyway, that's my PSA. I have another PSA for anybody. Just so, well, I'm on my soapbox, I guess. Listen, we were at some place, so I'm not going to say where. We were at some place, right? You cannot have a vest that says service dog / emotional support dog. And by the way, I was able to tell very quickly that this dog was an emotional support dog. It was not a service dog, just from the way it was acting. But anyway, I'm going to say this. When you have a service animal is allowed to go in every place except for an operating room. There, people cannot deny it because of allergies and all that kind of stuff. They can go any place, right? An emotional support dog cannot. Mocha is considered an emotional support dog because she can help Josh. And when Christina was here, and of course this was Christina's dog, Mocha is very tuned in to emotion. So if I'm dealing with something, if I'm in pain, she will sometimes want to be next to me to help me through it. Or if Christina was having issues or whatever, she was very tuned into all that, right? So an emotional support animal is different and has different rights than a service animal. To have a vest that says an emotional support dog and a service animal is, you can't put them together. It's like apples and oranges. So I was sitting there going, how can that be? Service dog does also give you emotional support, but it just was it didn't make sense. And on top of the fact that the emotional support or the service dog is supposed to be trained not to pull and all that kind of stuff, the dog was doing all the things that it shouldn't be doing. So you can't have a vest to say both of them. And people that have had service dogs, they can tell very quickly you're dealing with an emotional support dog. I love Mocha, but I would never make her a service dog. She doesn't have the temperament for it. She's a great dog. She's an amazing dog. It's just water dripping. But she would not make a good service animal because of her temperament. And I wouldn't put her in that position. But anyway, and I'm telling you how many times I've had to go to places and I see, people bringing in their small dogs, and I'm thinking, and their dogs in general, and you just know they're not service dogs. And you think, and the stores can't really say anything because they can get in trouble, but it really affects those that are having service dogs, you know. So anyway, there's my PSA. It was like having apples and oranges. I was like, well, service dogs can go in any place. They don't have to be. Emotional support dogs can't. Service dogs can. So I could put a vest on Mocha that says service dog. I wouldn't do it. She didn't have the temperament for it, and I knew it. And my mother-in-law has a dog, wonderful dog. She got the dog, and she said to me, "Oh, she said the same thing. She said, "Well, it's going to be a service dog one day." It was a puppy. And I said, "Okay." She says, "I got the paperwork that says it's a service dog." I said lovingly to my mother-in-law, I said, um, pup, that paper you have is worth about a penny. I said, actually, it's not even worth that. I said, you do not know as a puppy what the temperament of this dog is going to be. The dog is not able to be a service dog. Sorry. It's not. It doesn't have the temperament for it. And when we went to um, see her and we saw the dog, she was very fearful of my husband. She doesn't do men well. I just thought dog would never work in a service dog capacity. And I knew it too. Yeah, it's not, well, first of all, understand Mocha and herself. We love Mocha. And honestly, if she was raised better, she would have probably made a tremendous, she could have very well been a search and rescue dog or, actually, but what, it's not okay. Um, she could have been a search and rescue dog. I mean, when we get home from something, we take her outside, she wants to go outside and smell the entire car. She probably very well could have been uh, possibly a diabetic service dog. Her sniffer is amazing. And so she could have very well been that if she could have, um, it's already 10 o'clock at night. Time goes by so quick when you're doing this. Um, so she could have very well been a service dog. Um, Even though she's a staffy, there's nothing wrong with that. The problem is that someone prior to us abused that dog. Mocha was held by the collar and choked by neighborhood kids that thought, the kids in the place that she was living that thought it was funny. And then she was taken from there to the next home and beaten. So every time she did something wrong, she was hit. So I don't care what you do with this dog. This dog is going to, oops, well, we got to be careful with this piece because I kind of do it because it kind of came off, but we'll fix it. She is going to be fearful no matter what we do of people and strangers because of the way she was treated. She would have made a tremendous service dog without of all of her issues if she had been properly treated. Um, so, and I say that because she literally goes, when everybody puts the trash out on Saturday, my mom will take her out and smell all the trash cans. She loves sniffing. She would have been an amazing search and rescue dog, and she would have been an amazing service, or probably a diabetic service dog. She could have been. However, she is very tuned in to your emotions, so she makes for a great emotional support dog. So, we don't stick that vest on her. We do have a vest that says emotional support dog for, um, to get anything. We do it because it's the truth. If Josh is having an anxiety moment, Mocha can come over and literally help him. Before Christina got married, Mocha, and we were hoping that, eventually Mocha could go live with Christina, but that's just not happening for the foreseeable future. That if Josh is having a moment, Mocha can come over to him and help him emotionally because he deals with anxiety. So, Mocha is absolutely 100% emotional support dog. If I'm having a difficult day, or I've sat on the couch and she will just nuzzle, but she'll nuzzle beside me very different than she will nuzzle beside me by my mother because she's trying to help me with pain. Or she'll want to come in the bedroom and lie with me so she can comfort me. When Christina has come over in her condition, um, Mocha is very different around her now because she realizes something's different with Christina. So she's very, very tuned in to people's emotions and people's, the way they act and all that kind of stuff. So she is 100% an emotional support dog. And, we've had that approved um, through our place that we live because of that. But, it's different. You know, emotional support dogs help people, and they do help Josh, and they helped Christina when she was living here. Mocha would go lay on her literally go. She'll put her full weight on it, and you just see Christina just she likes that deep pressure. So Mocha is 100% an emotional support dog. Her temperament would not allow her to be a service dog. And too many people will put best on their dogs and say it's a service dog when it's so. I truly believe that my dad, we had Abby. We loved Abby. Abby eventually became a emotional support animal for my dad with his dementia. So, and if Mocha was different, if Mocha could handle strangers better than she does, she would also be very well to go. We would be probably taking her to nursing homes and so forth, meaning she'd love it. She was better temperament to be able to handle all that. We'd take her to nursing homes and stuff and let the people love on her. I mean, she could be a therapy dog if she hadn't been abused prior to us getting her. But, she just doesn't handle that. If you're in her pack, she's cool. But if you're not, she takes a while to warm up to you. Like, and we have to handle people that come in that are new to her in a very different way. Her vet is amazing with her, but her vet she likes, you know, there's a nurse at the vet's office that just is amazing with her, and she likes that nurse, and she'll go with that nurse willingly, but that's been years full of trust built for her. So I think emotional support dogs are wonderful, and I'm telling you, she can tell when Josh, she'll lay on his chair a lot. Um, she'll lay in the footrest, and if he's having a moment or anxiety, she's right there trying to help him through it. So she's very tuned into all that, very tuned in, and it's amazing to watch her. So yeah, she is considered an emotional support animal, just because of how in tune she is with people's emotions. However, she is not and would not make a good service animal. I would never put her in that position. She wouldn't do it. But my point of my mother-in-law's dog is that, unfortunately, my point of that whole thing was you do not know the temperament of this dog until it's about 18 months. First 18 months of any service dog's life is learning basic commands. Um, they're learning sit, stay, all of those things, being a puppy, and all those kind of things. You start working with a service dog and if it's a diabetic service dog, they will work with sniffs of the dog even sooner than that, so they can get them used to blood sugars and all that kind of stuff. But if you are working with a service animal, you're working with a service dog, you're not starting until they're about 18 months old. And then you're starting to work service dog stuff. And then you could get 80% through with their training and they fail and they don't make it. There was somebody when we were trying to get Jordan they had Corbin, and he did great till the very end, and he just wasn't service dog material, and they had to retire him. And he was living on a farm someplace, living the best life, but he just wasn't quality for it. So I remember my mother going into a pizza shop Christina and I like to go into, Now, understand this: when a service dog, when Jordan would go into a restaurant, he was trained to go into the restaurant. My mother could let go of the leash, and mind you, Christina was not young enough. She was not old enough to be um his lead. So, we could let go of the leash. Not that we did it tremendously often, but we could let go of the leash and have, and Jordan would just instinctively go right under the table. And I can't tell you the amount of people that when we had Jordan at places and restaurants and all that kind of stuff, and they hadn't, that water looks so cool. They didn't know that he had come in prior to us coming into the restaurant. And um, when we get up from the restaurant, when we got up, and they would just say, "Oh, there's a dog," because he had stayed quiet the entire time he was there, right? So he didn't make a sound. I think one time he barked at something. Something was not sitting with him right. But he'll just be under the table, curled up, this 100-pound black lab sitting right there. And so my mother gets up from the table. No, my mother goes in. The dog Jordan goes right underneath the table. Let's go the leash. And somebody from the back part of the restaurant in the kitchen sits there and yells. That's how you tell the difference between a real service dog and a fake one. Not all dogs training to be a search and rescue dog may get through. Yep. Like I said, she'd have been an amazing search and rescue dog or a diabetic service dog because of her sniffer. But her temperament and the way she was unfortunately raised, she never would have made it. And quite frankly, it's a shame because she's an amazing dog. She truly is. I can get a hold of the people. Oof. But when you put Jordan's vest on, it was something, he literally was like, he was just, he literally sat there and you could just tell, oh, it's time to work. I mean, it was just this switch that went on in his head. Put that vest on, it was like, it's time to work. And you could tell. He knew, okay, it's time to work. It's time for me to work. You get all excited. But and the only reason, I mean, we've gotten, because she is an emotional support dog for Josh now and for when Christina when she comes over here and for me sometimes. But we did get a vest for Mocha was because when we're out in our community, we will sometimes put it on her because what we don't want, and we haven't had an issue, but we could do it if need be, is we don't want kids coming up to her fast. We want them to stay back and allow us to control the situation. Yep. You put that vest on, and everybody sat there and said to us, how do you do it? Because most labs are goofy dogs. How do you do it? Because he put the vest on. He knew he was at work. He knew what he could do. We were at some kind of concert with him. Now, understand, I would never do that with Mocha. I could never do it with Mocha. But we were at a concert, and I'm telling you, about packed in, Jordan never reacted. This lady was had a little bit of too many drinks, and I'll never forget her. She just looked at me, deadpan face, serious as could be. Right? She just looked at me and she said, "I didn't really respond." Well, yeah, I did. I think I did. She just looked at me, serious as could be, and asked me, "How does he go to the bathroom?" I was like, "Excuse me? You've got to be kidding me." I said, "Like every other dog, I take him outside." But Service dogs are trained. They go when you tell them to go. They are supposed to. There's just, you know, there's things they're not supposed to react to other dogs. Um, and people say that about service dogs in stores. The problem is that yes, they're trained not to react, absolutely, but they're dogs at the core. And the problem is when people start taking their dogs that are not trained into stores. First of all, it 100% takes away from. I don't know if I can do this without. I'm gonna have to make a cut. There's no way it's gonna work. It's just not going to work. Um, so we're gonna have to make going this way. There's just no other way. So that's a correction. There's no other way to hold on a second. Let me think before I do this. Another correction. Just not gonna work to have it. Gotta have the hands going up. And what we can do too with that is we can take a little bit of like that silver string and just make the little finger things there, um, versus trying to do it because it's just not. So we can take a little bit of the silver string and put it there for the hands later. But anyway, um, is that there are cues that diabetic dogs look for, seizure and cataract or not cataract, cardio dogs that are looking for. And it just takes them to be distracted for 30 seconds or less for them to miss a cue. There was a lady in England and she was, I think it was a seizure dog, and she let some kids pet the dog and he missed his cue, and she was out in the outside, and she fell and hit her head on the concrete. So the problem is when people start taking their dogs that are not trained into places and stores, it makes it more difficult for the people that have the service dogs. And if their dogs are looking for cues and responses, they're missing the cues. And yes, they are trained to not pay attention to dogs and all that kind of stuff and not getting distracted. But again, it just takes 30 seconds. And then you're like, they've missed a cue. And, that's why I'm like, take your dogs into pet stores, take them to parks, take them to restaurants to let you sit outside. But, you know, you know, don't bring them inside where you've got other people that have service dogs because it makes it difficult. And they can only ask certain questions. Yeah, it just makes it hard. We were in Office Depot one time with Christina, and of course, I think Christina was working. She was old enough where she was starting to work with me to how to lead him in stores and stuff. And she just looked at me. She goes, "Mom, you have to take Jordan right now." Because she said, "I see another dog. It was not a service dog in the store." And I said, "Okay, I'll take him." And so we're trying to pick out her school supplies or something, as busy as all could be in Office Depot. Something we were in there for. And this dog is going haywire. Jordan's he ain't doing anything. But unfortunately, what happened was Christina was having, an anxiety moment because the store was busy. She was dealing with stuff. She had Jordan, and we're trying to keep him away from this other dog, not because he was going to do anything, but because the other dog was reactive to, and barking and wanting to play, and Jordan was working. This was not a time for Jordan to play. And so we were trying to keep that all in check. And so there was a lot of people in line, and I had to send Christina up to the register by herself. I could still see her. I wasn't that far away from her. And send her up to the register. I had to put Jordan in another, like, sitting down and a lay down, while this other dog was going nuts in line, barking his head off. And Christina was just sitting there. She's like, she wanted her dog near her, and I couldn't do it. Not because Jordan was going to do anything, because this other dog was acting like a fool. And then once the dog left, I could bring Jordan back over there. But I was not happy with the people. I'm like, why do you have to bring your dog into the store? I was not happy at all. And of course, I just sit there and go, okay. I mean, it worked out, but Jordan had to sit at the kind of the beginning of the line out of the way of everybody so that they could go through the line, get their stuff, check out, and I could bring Jordan back over. I was not a happy person. And then I was not feeling well. Boy, do I wish I had gone. But Christina was going to a doctor, diabetic doctor, and my husband went. I so wish I had gone because I'd have called the police. Anyway, the doctor's office called me, and Josh said to me, they won't let Jordan back in the office with Christina. I'm like, what? They won't let him back there. And I said, why? I think we had been there once before. There hadn't been any problem. Can't remember if it was the first visit or not at this point. But anyway, he said they won't let him back there. And I'm like, why not? And so she said, well, they'll let him back there, but that's after they get her stats and everything and her blood pressure taken and so forth. And then they'll let me come back there. And I'm like, and she was a teenager at that point. I mean, she wasn't like 14, 15. And I'm like, okay, well, she needs Jordan to help her be calm during her blood pressure because she just never did that very well. Well, they won't let him back there. So I called up the office and I wasn't feeling good. So I stayed home and I said, my daughter's there with my husband and her service dog. Why are you not letting her back in the office with her dog? And she just said, oh, well, the nurse that's going to take her vitals and do all that kind of stuff, she's allergic. So we have to care about our staff too. You know, we have to look out for them. And I said, oh, and by the way, while I'm doing a corner, somebody said if you take your stuff and you go towards the corner, that does help to kind of get that in the corner. Don't go away. You know, don't do this while we're doing this. Don't go down this way. You want to go and bring when you're going in a corner, an edge, you want to take the corner and bring it up and you'll get it in there a lot better. That was another tip I learned. And so I said to the lady on the phone, I said, well, I'm sorry, ma'am, but I understand you have to look out for your staff. But I said, having my daughter, I said, you cannot deny my daughter her service dog because of allergies. It's you're breaking, you realize you're breaking ADA law. I said, you can't tell my daughter she can't bring her dog back there because you are violating ADA law right now. She goes, well, we have to look out for the staff. She's allergic. And I said, well, you should get another nurse. I couldn't fight it, and I think we were shortly ready to leave and move anyway, but up here or something like that. But I just said to him, I said, you're breaking ADA law. Do you know that? And you're not allowed to do that. I said, just because your nurse is allergic, you get somebody else. But not allowing my daughter to have her dog accompany him back to the office, you're breaking ADA law as we speak. And I literally could have filed a complaint. I didn't do it, but I could have. I could have called up and filed a complaint. Because here was my thing. Okay. What if you have down there, we had something called TOPS, and TOPS was a van service that brought people to the doctor's office. So let's just say this: somebody's blind, comes in with no assistance or help, okay, or comes by themselves with their dog, with their service animal. You're telling them that the nurse is there and you can't bring your dog back. It can sit in the waiting room, a $15,000 dog that costs that much to train. You can leave that dog in the waiting room, but you'll have to just come back to the office by yourself till the nurse is done making all of your vitals and everything. If it was by itself, if somebody was blind or another kind of thing, the dog can stay in the waiting room. Well, you have to go in the room, and then we'll come get the dog. And she's done with the vitals. Oh no 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 no. That is not you would. And technically, I very well, if I was there, my husband wasn't feeling comfortable enough to do it. I could have very well called the police and then had them talk to the staff, and they would have told them, sorry, you can't do that. You cannot separate the dog from its owner or the person it's serving and it's owned to. You can't do that. You are breaking ADA law. But I wasn't there. I could have. Yep. That was good. I'm getting more and more juice. I'm just adding more and more juice to get myself more juice, more juice. My body used to it. But I was always someone that was trying to educate people on service dog and service dog. You know, I didn't get angry too often, except when people would come to me and say, oh, I wouldn't get angry. I would just be annoyed. And they just look at me and they say, oh, I want to do what you do and take my dog everywhere. So I asked very kindly, I said, well, what's the disability? Oh, I don't have one. Mary, keep calm. And I would just look them at the very nice and say, you know that it's an absolute felony to do that, right? It's against the law to pretend to have a dog and put a vest on it, pretend it's a service animal. Oh, I didn't know it was a felony. Yep, it's a felony. You can get in a lot of trouble for that. But people go on and there's sites you can go on. You can go on Amazon and get a service dog vest. Put it on your dog. I just thought of the irony of this vest saying both service dog and emotional support dog. I thought you can't. Those are two opposites. Opposite sides of the spectrum, and they're not something that really go together. But anyway, and people would just come up to him and just pet him, like he was just like like it was like no, he's working. Leave him alone. Oh, and they get so annoyed with me when we would take Jordan and I'd be going to get Christina and I had him and I had to stop somewhere before getting him at the store. I was taking him with us because we were just training him and I was working with him. And so there are people, these tools, guys, are great to have. Absolutely. They're on our fabric list. Get them because they really help. Just kind of make a difference. And people would get annoyed because our thing with Christina was, she's like, Mom, if you take him out, I'm not with you. And people asked to pet Jordan. That's awesome. I love cats. My allergies doesn't, and my husband is deathly allergic to cats. Um. Anyway, her rule was, because this was her dog, was you can take him, but I don't want people petting him unless I'm there. So we honored that rule. This was her dog. That was the way she wanted it. That if we were out and about with him and we were working with him and training him, She just didn't want anybody petting. She wanted to give permission for people to pet him. And that is done in in an autism service dog more, because an autism service dog becomes a bridge to the outside world. So they do encourage that with autism service dogs over anything else, because they want it to be people to start talking, and those children to start talking and so forth. So it's encouraged in a way that's not really encouraged in a lot of the other things, but that was just our rule is, mom, if you're with him and you're training him, um, please do not ask, if somebody asks to pet him, say no, because I would like to control that. People used to get so angry that I wouldn't allow it. I'd just say, my daughter, we're training him. My daughter, this is her dog. We're not, she's not with us. And so I have to decline you petting him. And then if Christina was overwhelmed and couldn't handle it at the time, people would come up and ask to pet him, and she would say no. They would get all huffy and puffy, like, come on. It was not, it was stupid. Let's just say it was not, I'm just showing you all. That's what I'll do when we're done. So because I had to make that correction with the, just because it wasn't going to make a good enough slit, it was going to be hard to put on there, and I'll have to do it on the other one too, possibly. Is what we'll do is we'll take this crochet yarn and just go up a little bit, you see? Just a little bit to give it just a little bit of, you know what I mean? We'll tuck it in there like we've been doing. So that way it'll kind of have the definition of like the finger, the nails like it would have, but it's not, you know what I mean? It'll have that, you'll see it kind of, but it'll kind of be like that. So it'll be, you'll kind of see it as kind of having a little more definition. But anyway, or we can do this if we wanted to, or I could get, these are different color. Or if we wanted to take just a little bit, just to kind of, I think I like the gold actually. I think the gold is going to work. If we just take the gold, and then that way you kind of have yeah, the gold will be better because you'll see it. So if we take the gold and go like halfway up, like that, and just tuck it in, that way it'll have that without you having to put that in, and it'll at least make it looks like it has fingers instead of it being looking like feathers. So that's what we'll do. I gotta get more colors of that. So I have that on hand because it's really nice. I did put it in the fabric list. It is in the fabric list. People would just come up, they just randomly pet them, and it was just like, excuse me, please don't. And they get all mad and huffy, like, come on. We were at, I think it was, what was it? We were at 7-Eleven. And we were standing in line, and somebody just came up and they just petted his back. We were standing there, and I just looked at the guy and I said, excuse me, the dog is working right now. Please don't do that. And we went in the mall, and somebody just went by and they started, they just petted him. And I said, excuse me, he's working. And they looked at me. They were young people, young girls. They looked at me like, got a problem? I'm like, yeah. You kind of petted the dog when you shouldn't have. So I will be absolutely, my grandbaby, teaching them how to act, even if there's no example in front of me. If you see a service dog, people, just treat them like medical equipment. I know it's really hard because I know they're really cute. and I know all that kind of stuff, but they're working. And a legit service dog needs to work and just pretend like they're a piece of medical equipment. And it's really hard, but it's necessary. It's important. I don't think I'm going to get around there easily. I think we're going to cut this here too. Okay. I just remembered that. I thought, people. So we're going to go by the glass. We're going to get rid of that line right there. That's an X out. Okay. So I think what I'm going to do, because I'm telling you, I thought to myself, I'm only going to be on here for 2 hours. Next thing I know, it's 3 hours longer. Just so you know, if we're here longer and I ever have to get up and. Okay, we're going to do this and then we're going to call it quits for tonight. But talk amongst yourself for just a second. This girl needs a minute break. Thank you, everybody. Oh, just take a moment. So I'm very passionate about service animals. People started abusing the system. I have a real hard time with it. Are you okay? Do me a favor. Remind somebody that we're meeting tomorrow at 12:15. Technically, we're meeting a little. We gave her a little bit of a window because sometimes she can. I love my mother-in-law, but she's one of those people that if you're telling her meeting at some time, you got to give a little bit extra time. So I have a very big soft spot in my heart for service animals and people. And my belief is this: every child who has autism that loves dogs should have one. They're so helpful to them. But not every child likes a service animal, likes dogs. We had a friend of mine, and before we left Florida, she was a school friend of mine. We had a little party, and I invited her to my house, or or the parents' house, to have like a little going away party. And she came in with her son, and I just said to her, I said, you know, she took her son to a bouncy place before she came to our house, which never would have happened on a Saturday with Christina. No way. I'd rather have walked over hot coals and do that because that just was not something she would have handled well. But for him, that's what he needed. And so he spent that whole hour going around her house. Jordan realized that there was something going on with this little boy, but he just he didn't like dogs very well. And the number one question I ask any parent that has a special needs child, especially an autistic child. So I said, by the way, how's their sleep pattern? And normally a parent will say to me, well, it's not that great. We really struggle. I'm like, yeah, because they found out that autistic individuals really love sleeping with a warm body. So like this little boy would do very well to have one because he struggles with sleep too, but he just doesn't like autistic individual, or he doesn't like dogs very much. Christina would have come in that house and been all over Jordan. She'd have been on the floor with him. She would have been petting him. She would have just been all over it. Him? Nope. Until the very end of the party, till they were about ready to leave, he comes over to Jordan and he does this number. Goes over and he just looks at him and he just touches him on the nose, and that was it. Jordan wanted to come over and help him. He knew something was, but we kept him from doing that. Of course, he was, servicing Christina, but he just knew, he could tell. But it was just so different to see the reaction. And I'm like, my daughter would have been all over that dog if she had been at somebody's house. And this little boy came over the last few minutes before he was ready to leave, booped him on the nose, came over and saw him, and then just pulled away. And we had several of Christina's friends from her school at this party, and they all acted differently. So if you met one autistic child, you have met one, because they all act different. They all have their own little things and their own little quirks and their own special needs and all that stuff. But it was just interesting, and I thought, oh, Christina would have been in, petting the dog, loving on the dog, having a ball. And this little boy, see, he was having trouble getting that in. So if you go this way where you're going towards the corner, I'm finding out that was a great technique I learned too. It does help to kind of get it in there. But totally opposite. Christina, nope, all over the dog. I'm learning the colors if I want to thin. So I don't know, like I said earlier, I don't know if I'll be coming on tomorrow night because we're going, I have to get up about 7:30 to have my coffee. Gotta have my coffee. And get ready to go. We have to be leaving here about 10:15 tomorrow. And then we'll be going to the place tomorrow. And then we'll be coming home it's about an hour and a half away. So we'll be going there and coming back. I can cover that up with. We'll be coming back here probably be back here about 5:30, something like that. Maybe we'll probably be there about 2 hours. Time we eat and visit and everything, and then we'll probably be there about, I don't know, an hour. We'll probably be there 2 hours. So we get there about 12 o'clock. Probably be there till about 3. We'll be back on the road, and it'll probably be about another 2 hours back home, or about an hour and a half back home. And so it'll probably be like 5 o'clock. So we'll see how I'm feeling, if I want to come on and do some more. It will all depend. But I'm going to finish this part up, and then my husband will be like, Mary, you got to come to bed so that you can get up. by 7:30. I'm not a morning girl. I'm not. I'm a night owl. I'd be more than glad to be up. I'm not an all night owl. I did do night shifts in my life, and I didn't like it. Of course, I think if I hadn't had to do night shifts by myself and I had somebody to talk to, I wouldn't have been so bad. But I still didn't like night shifts. Night shifts. So I'm kind of like the girl that kind of likes to stay up till about 2 o'clock in the morning and then go to bed. I'm not, one that likes to stay up all night. It's not my jam. But I'm not also somebody that likes to get up at 7 o'clock in the morning. But when I was working at the auto mall, I did it. Why? Because I had to. If I had to, I'd do it. But the problem with fibromyalgia is you go through insomnia battles. So there's nights I can't sleep. There's nights that I wake up. Like I think today I was really tired and I did take a nap. There's days I feel like, man, I should be really rested. I had a good night's sleep, but then you don't feel like you've slept enough. So it's that whole rigmarole thing. Ay, ay, ay. And the only reason I talk about it too is because I want other people that are struggling with fibromyalgia to understand it, and other people that are caring for people with fibromyalgia understand it, so they may have a little bit more sympathy, so they can sit there and go, oh, well, those are the symptoms they're telling me they're experiencing, and then they can have a little bit more compassion for the person they're caring for, because they're hearing it, that it's not just them telling them, it's somebody else who goes through the same exact thing. And I was thinking today, if anybody knows why we started this channel, it's because I know what it's like to have the chronic pain. I also know what it's like to have raised an autistic child and kind of feel like you don't have anybody and you're by yourself and you're alone. And it's a very lonely journey because a lot of people don't understand. And so they just, instead of coming around you as friends, they kind of just pull away because they just don't get it. And instead of sitting down with you and saying, I'd like to understand your journey. So they don't do that. They just pull away from the whole thing. And it makes it hard. It makes it very lonely. And I wanted to make sure that people felt like they had a place to come to. They had a place that they could come and we could just talk, get through life together, have a community, have friendships, build friendships. And that's why this journey was started. That's why this channel was started, for those reasons, because I very much wanted to build a community of people that could come together and be here for each other. And so that's why I do what I do. I don't do it for anything else. And it tickles my bones when we get back to monetization and mama gets the monetization and any of the revenue that comes from anything. It absolutely tickles my heart because that's the woman that has helped me and been there for me and sacrificed for me. When I needed a place after I became a single mother, my dad and my mom opened, their home again, and and let me come and help raise my daughter. And my mom sacrificed her time and took care of my dad dealing with fibromyalgia or dealing with dementia. And they never got a retirement. My dad got dementia in 2012, and my mother worked until we moved to Cincinnati in 2019. So my mother didn't get a retirement. My mother didn't have that. She took from my dad so that he could be home, and we helped with that as best we could. And she's just sacrificed her entire life. And I'm just glad that any of the revenue from anything goes to her, because it's the way I've wanted it. I didn't do this channel for that. That was just icing on the cake. I did it because I very much wanted everybody to feel like they had a place. And everybody that comes into our chat, you guys mean the world to me. just for being here and supporting us and, letting me sit here and stuff fabric and insulated board because it's really become tremendous therapy for me. And, you know, this artwork, this Kinusaiga work, I think I'm getting better and better. At least I hope I am. I feel like I am. But this artwork is going to have a very, very special place in my heart. It just is. It's going to have. I'm going to try to do this without crying. Crochet means a lot, and I'm so grateful for learning how to crochet and being able to crochet, and it absolutely warms my heart. But the person that kind of inspired me to learn crochet and somewhat taught me how to crochet is the person that has chosen not to speak to our family. And I will forever love that aunt. But when I crochet, sometimes I get a little sad because I think here's such a beautiful artwork, such beautiful, creation and craft that I was inspired by a family member of mine that chooses not to talk to our family anymore for really they have their own reasons, don't understand them all, don't agree with them all, but it's their right, their their prerogative. But sometimes when I crochet, I think of that person and it just makes me sad. And this artwork has brought me nothing but joy. Because when I look at this, I just think of all the blessings, and that's not something that was that's not something that happened with crochet. I mean, I loved crochet and I still do, and I always will. And I'm grateful I have the knowledge I do have with it. But, and for a long time, it was like, it was a passion. And, that individual and I could get on the phone and talk about it and talk about patterns and all that kind of stuff. And that's all gone. And I don't have that anymore. And so, but this artwork is just, this new craft is just it's just it's like therapy for me in a very different way, and I will always look at it with I feel with such an amazing part of my heart for this. It just holds a very different place. It holds a place of blessing for me, that I can't explain, in a way that crochet will always be an important part, and I will always crochet, and I'll always be doing our soap caddies, and I love making bobble stitch blankets, and I love doing it. But I don't know, there's just something about this, and I just look at everything. I look how it was placed in my lap. I know that this is something God has put in my heart and placed in my lap, and I don't know where it's going to take us, but there's just something about this. It's very different. And I look at this without having a little bit of sadness with this artwork. That now with crochet, I tend to kind of sometimes have just a little bit of just, it's not always, but every once in a while, I just think makes me very sad. And I'm grateful for it. I didn't think I needed to cut there, but I do. Come on, come up. I need to make a cut. I stuffed you in there before I should have. Come on. Yes, I talked to my pieces. I talked to my crochet too. It's nothing. It's nothing but a minute, but I do. Oh, and another thing I was thinking of um, about possibly doing or putting together as I was, oops, brought that up, but I wasn't supposed to. Be fine. I was kind of figuring out if we go down the road of maybe eventually putting fat quarters together from that store, I could probably sell, put together like a thing of fives, you know, five fat quarters of fabrics and five of eighth quarters together. So I could put them in um in in five each of them. Yep. Um, I could put them in like five each, like five eighth quarters and five, or they're called fat eighths, or fat eight, the eighths, and then do five of the fat quarters. So if something down the road, I figured out we could do like $9 for the eighth fat quarters plus shipping, and like $18 for five of the fat quarters. Now there are some of the fabric that was like $16 a yard, but it was had gold on it, and it was more like Christmas stuff. It was beautiful. So like that would be like special. Like I'd have to add it, but I wouldn't really be charging all that much extra for any of that. Um, Really, as far as anything, the only thing I would be doing is kind of doing a couple extra dollars just to be able to, kind of be able to look in for gas and, time. So, so anyway, that's what I'm kind of thinking in my head. But that's down the road. But I thought I'd kind of figured out pricing today on them if I did them from that shop. That's probably what we would end up charging for them, which would be cheaper than what they're charging for. It would be cheaper for us to go in and find fabric that we would go ahead and do and put our own collection on than what they're charging. I don't know if you can see her. Oops. Let me move the chair. Mocha, you gonna say hi? You're gonna say hi? I don't know if you can see her. Trying to get y'all to see her. There she is, right there. She is sitting by her door because she wants to go in. There she is, right there. Trying to figure out which way to. Mocha, Mocha, you gonna say hi? You're gonna say hi? I don't know if she'll come up here. She may not, but there she is. You gonna say hi? She will not open that door. She wants to go in my bedroom. Anyway, that's Mocha. So anyway, that's what I was thinking of today. Yeah, hi. I know, but you can't go in there right now. It's going to be time for bed in a minute, Mocha. So that's what I was thinking of. That kind of, I thought, well, if we ever do, you know, uh, the thing, we could go and get it, and it would be much more reasonable for you all than us going to pick up the eighth. I mean, they're reasonable. 8 quarters there are like, what are they, 9? No, they're not 9. They're 4.99, which is still reasonable, but if we got them and put them together in a collection for you all, it'd be a lot better pricing. So anyway, that's what I was kind of thinking of, well, we could do that eventually. That's down the road, but eventually we could do something like that. I think, guys, I'm getting better. What do you all think? So she wants to go to bed. We would have her sleep with us, but there's not enough room in our bed. Honestly, it'd be too crowded. Be way too crowded. She sleeps with her mom. What? She heard something outside. She's very protective. They actually call Staffy nanny dogs because they're very, very protective of their people. She is. She's very protective. Yeah. If you go on when we started our channel, and I had a video of Mocha sitting there, and I sent it to my aunt in Missouri. She was coming, or is it Missouri? Not Missouri, Michigan. And she was coming to visit us. And so I sent her a thing of Mocha, and it just says, say hi, Mocha. Hi, Mocha. And she's doing her head tilt. And I must have set it up because I didn't know what I was doing. It said child friendly. So nobody put any comments to it. And the next moment I woke up, I went from 150 subscribers to 150 subscribers. And that short is still like 10,000 views. So Mocha helped to do something. Then I thought, oh, maybe this is possible. So, but I do all this because I want you all to have a place to come, people to grow and connect. And I want channels to grow and connect because I know how hard it is, and I want people to find really good people and good channels and, get there and get to their milestones. So they, like I said last night, I said, even if it's just from ad revenue that they get, a little $100 a month coming into their thing, that can mean a huge help to somebody. And so that's why I do it. And people may get tired of this after a while. And I mean, eventually when the fall leaves happens, we'll sit outside and we'll put soap caddies together and we'll sit and talk and watch the fall leaves and so forth. But I do this because we do field trips and there's recipes and, different stuff. I think we uploaded like 2,000 things or something like that. And I think that honestly, my way of looking at stuff at this is that there's also a legacy here. And I encourage, we've got the video technology now for, grandparents to get on, make videos. You can make them private or unlisted. So the only person that has it is, the person you send the link to. So as you send the link, you create a channel, make it, if you don't want the stuff published, make it private, make it unlisted, and then and then you put up videos and stories about your family and your history and all that kind of stuff that you could send as your grandchildren get older, the channel with those videos on it. They'll have the link, they can just click on it, you know, and then that way they can see all that stuff. Give them the password to the channel. Let them go into the channel and be able to view the videos and so forth. And then that way you've got the story of their history told by you. And what an amazing, amazing thing to be able to do, telling it in your own perspective. One day, you know, as I, as my grandbabies get older, they can look at this. They can see me. They can see their papu, which is Josh. They can see my mother. They can hear her voice, you know. They can hear the stories. They can hear the struggles that we went through as a family. All of them are so important. Every solitary one of those things. I just think we forget about that. I said to myself years ago, this was, a couple of years ago, I think when Christina got married, as I said to myself, one day when somebody, as they get older, I'm planning to, you know, say to them, one day you're going to get a call from me. Come pick up your yaya. We're going out to lunch. And I said, we're going to sit and talk. And I'm going to say to them, you know, you've had people all your life around. And if somebody offered you money to sit down and learn, all the things that made them a millionaire, you have gotten priceless knowledge your whole life from me and other people in your life. We're going to sit down and talk. And you may say, oh, you know what? I'm going to listen lovingly. But one day you may sit there when I'm no longer here and say, man, I remember that lunch. Remember when my yaya was talking to me because she loved me. And she didn't want to see me go through some of the same struggles that she went through. And I needed to listen. And you may think, oh, I should know what she's talking about. But I do. Been there, done that. I don't want to see you having to go through that. Now, this is going to be challenging. Well, heck, this is going to have to be a different color because if we make this white, you're not going to see. So we have to make that a different color glass, but not something too. I'll do that and then we'll stop for tonight. Challenges. We got to make it a different glass color, but then make this something where you can see the water. So let's what do we want the drink to be? Pink lemonade? Yes, it does. We should do pink lemonade, right? Let's find a pink. We'll have her sipping on some pink lemonade. Got this pink. Maybe too pale. Pink lemonade's strong. I think I like this pink better. It has more color to it. Got this pink. Or we've got, it's too dark. We've got this pink, that pink. I think I like this pink. Reminds me of like pink grapefruit or something like that. So why don't we do this being the part of the thing that's the pink lemonade? And I cut this line, but we don't need this line actually in there. So, well, actually, what we'll do, no, we'll do is those. I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it, guys. Oh, I've got it. We're going to do this to make it look like it's a little diluted, like me. Oh, okay. Oops, daisy. So we're going to do this for that. And then but I used to love it when I used to spend the night over at my grandmother, and she goes, "You want to hear that story again?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I want to hear about Lizzie again, or I want to hear about this again, or whatever." I just loved it. Okay, so we're gonna do this. I cut more fabric than I needed, but and this is gonna kind of be tricky because we're gonna have to go into the fingers, but we can do it. We can do it. Yes, we can. So let's cut this off. Oh, around the camera again. You guys got to say camera, and then I'll know to get back in frame. I want y'all to see what I'm doing. Okay. So then we got to cut this kind of close so that we can take it. And then what we're going to do is take our scissors and run down that slit that's right there. We're going to run down here and make another slit so we can get this in here. Right. And then we're going to go up here, make another little tiny one. And then we're going to make little ones throughout. But then we'll know where that this has to kind of go into. And then, hold on a second, we start shoving this down just because of the color. I take it on its side and kind of cut a little bit because there's just too much fabric. And then we got to take this and do a curve. We got to take this, and this is just, this really helps to kind of take it, and I gotta kind of have to do this thing as well and do some more slits here. Taking this helps to do the little slits because, and if with this piece, because of the way we've had to do it, if we have to glue, we'll just glue. No mess, no foul, right? Okay, so we're gonna take that. We have to cut in just a little bit deeper, this little section for it to work. Hopefully I didn't cut it too. She wants in the bedroom with somebody. And so this is going to be a little bit, we're probably going to have to use glue because I can just see I had to cut it really, really to get it kind of in here. But we'll fix that with glue and our nice little precision tools. She's now crying, you all. Oh my gosh. I'll try to be quiet and see if she does it again. You going to cry? Such a crybaby. See if she'll do it again. Deal here. Yeah, that little piece fell out. It kind of came out, so just finagle it in. And because this is white, you're going to have to, I would not leave a lot of fabric around because you're going to see it. And this tool really helps when you're kind of having these tricky areas to round everything and almost to kind of take it and poke a hole and make a void in areas. And then you can take your seam ripper and go back and kind of pull up and get things underneath. But remember, you want to kind of do that and then you're going up just to kind of bring that in because kind of had to. I'm going to pull this back towards this section because I don't want it to be where you can kind of see the pink. I want it to be really kind of butt up against there. And then take your seam ripper and kind of get underneath. Get that up so it can get a curve. And make a really good round so you can, and we're probably going to cover that up with some of that thread. But it does help to kind of get them rounded edges. Bedtime mocha. Not right now. I would just be very careful using those tools because it will go in deep depending on how hard you decide to press. So I just be very careful how much, but I knew this part was going to take a while. Just kind of, now we've got to hit, here because it kind of came up. I had to kind of cut it short right here, but we can fix it just like we fixed the flowers. And I will be putting the flag pattern up soon. I just have to make some modifications that we found we needed to make with that one. I'm finishing this and then I'm going to bed so I can be up. I know what it's from. Just trying to get this kind of to look halfway decent. Okay, that's better. See how those tools really help when you're dealing with rounded edges that are being a little bit on the difficult side. They really help to kind of help. Ooh, that helped a lot. Get you in the place I wanted you to. There we go. Look like it. All right. And then you can do the water technique too when it's done so that, if you need to stretch it out, something. There we go. And give it time to dry. If you put enough glue, it's going to stick. Just give it enough time to dry and it will. It's not going to come up. Believe me, the tacky glue that glues right away, it sticks. So this is my thought, hopefully, is taking this part here, taking this, and taking this lighter pink and putting it on the top. Now you've got a little bit of like a two-toned. She's not done yet, guys. You're going to say, God bless you, hold off. You done? God bless you. That was a quick one. Usually it's about 10 sneezes in. All right. Yep, it does. And like I said, we're going to do the string, but I'll wait till I'm done to do that. I'm not going to try to do that now because I knew I was going to be over here doing detailed work. And what's going to happen is as I'm working in, I'm going to be rubbing on it. So I'd rather wait to make that a finishing thing. And we'll probably use the gold around this part of the hat too to kind of give this like inlay for the hat part. We'll probably use the gold there too. So we'll use it in a couple places. But we'll wait till I'm done instead of. And I'll have to see if I can go find like some eyes that I don't think I want googly eyes because then it'll be like every time it moves. But I want to I want to go see if I can find some eyes at Hobby Lobby that are just like set or something. Because I'm not putting eyes on this goose. I'm going to get eyes that I glue on or something. Or I could take those little things we've been using and like cut them in half maybe and paint them black. And then put like little dots in the middle or something. We'll figure something out. And one thing we can do with this too, with the glass, when we're done, is let me show you. I want to get over there. I'll fix that in a minute, 'cause I kind of had that one a little shy. So I think it's going to need it. So even though we've done the two-tone look for the glass, which looks really cool. And the white one in this set has a really thin thing. Sometimes I need the thicker, but sometimes I need the really thin one. So I'm going to hit over here because we kind of got it on there a little too thin. Okay, so I'm telling you this, I think to myself, oh, I'm just going to come on and sit for like an hour or 2 hours. And then I come sitting for longer than that because I get so involved. I'm like, let me do this piece. Oh, and this and this. And I'm like, can't help myself. But I'm so much more comfortable sitting in this office chair than I was in the chairs in the other room. I think that's helping a lot. But here's what I was thinking of for the glass. We'll wait till we're done, but I think it'll look good. Taking the silver part and wrapping it around the glass. Because this is like the inside part of the glass, right? So when we get done taking this and putting this around that top part of the glass, not the gold, but using the silver, I think that'll look really good. Just putting that all around the top part. Yes. Yes. I love the two-tone look too, but I'm gonna like adding the ribbon to that. It will absolutely be an absolute. I didn't think I was gonna need that piece there, and I thought, oh, I'll just make it all one piece. And then when I looked at it closer, I'm like, nope, two-toned. Yep. For the rim, absolutely. These tools are really great. I mean, your seam ripper will work for glue, but I found sometimes when you need, especially a rounded edge, they really help to kind of help define that a little bit. Or like right here, I don't know what we would have done. We would have made it work, but still, it does help. Really helps to kind of get things a little cleaned up and so forth. It just really helps. So now that we got the two-tone, and I know this looks a little wide here, but we'll be putting the, first of all, we're going to be filling it with that silver ribbon. So if there's any, it's going to fill it right in. And we've got I chose to do this part next because we're going to be putting the layer for the goose in. So we're going to need that room. It's a little deeper than I want, but we'll get the goose, we'll cover it up. It'll be fine. Okay. So, because it's a little bigger than a hole than I'd like, but it'll be fine. We'll be stuffing more fabric down there. Now we have to decide on this part. We can't make it white because we've got white next to the goose, so we've got to do something different. We can't make it pink because that won't work. So now I got to decide what's going to be there. And it has to be a solid color. It can't be. So Decisions, decisions, decisions. We could even go lighter. We wanted to make it look like a really two-tone one. We could go even lighter up there. It was kind of the pink I was looking for, but it worked. Or can't use the white because that will just, it's not gonna. We can also do this very light blue. Kind of looks like white, but it doesn't. It would go with the water. What do you think of that? To do this, and then on top of the glass, because this may look like ice cubes to some degree. The rim is up here. This is kind of like where the bottom, like the top of the water, because this is supposed to be that. And then for the top, let me do this. Looking for a second. Give me just a moment. Looking to see if we see even a lighter blue. Now I'm doing like the middle, like it looks like there's fabric or not fabric. Looks like the glass is like almost half full, but not. One thing we could do with the glass is outline it too with the silver. The whole glass in the silver. That may not be a bad idea either. But two, if it's clear, then you would see the white, this sparkle being behind, like you would see the gooses behind this one. That's what we're gonna do. Because if you think about it with the thing is you're seeing this is where's my thing? This is supposed to be where's the picture? I'll describe it better. This is supposed to be empty. Like here's the amount of the liquid in the glass. This rest is supposed to be empty. So you're kind of seeing the goose and you're kind of looking at the goose through that to some degree. It actually should be split in, well, no, it wouldn't look right, split in half. So you're kind of seeing this here, because then this is the arm of the goose right here. So, and then for the top of it, we can use this color. You see what I mean? So this is like you're looking through this. This is a clear glass, and you're looking through to her, the goose itself. And then the top of the glass we can do in that lighter blue. So it's kind of like you're looking down, but I'm thinking it's kind of like you're seeing the goose itself through that. So let's do this with that color. And then we'll do the top of the glass with that, because then you're looking at the goose and you're seeing the goose through that. And we're doing the goose in the sparkly white. It just made sense to do her in the sparkly white because she's in the pool getting wet and it's sunny out. It just seemed to fit. I also want to see if I can do a mocha Kinusaiga art. I've got to do a mocha eventually. If I can get over to my daughter's house, I want to do have her do a lion. She loves Narnia, and I want to be able to let her do that one for her first one. Then down the road, we may be able to get her to tie dye some fabric for us. But I'm thinking if we do and one thing we could do down the road too is just buy fabric, do our own little fat quarters and 8 quarters and put them together. Like make like $9 for 5 8 quarters and like $18 for like 5 fat quarters. But understand, an eighth of a quarter of fabric is 1/4 fabric. It's a lot of fabric. Like, we've used some of it already. This was 1/4 fabric. This is an eighth quarter roughly. So we just used that. We still have this much left of this. That's why I'm saying to everybody, and we used some of it, so it was even longer. You have to realize, go in and get this. This cost $1.50 at $1.75 at the Hobby Lobby. Go in and get stuff like this. It's going to last you a long time. So it depends on the fabric. Now, like the one fabric that I saw at the Shiloh store, the Country Fabrics, it was red and then it had white, but it was kind of like a spotted red. I would probably get at least 1/4 or a half a yard of that fabric, because you're getting two for the price of one. So you're really getting 2 1/4. You're getting a fat quarter, which I think from what I researched today was like a half of a yard, I think. Don't quote me on it, guys. I'm still learning. But I'm thinking, if we cut our own, if we went into the store and found fabric and cut it for everybody and put it in eighth and one and fat quarter packets for everybody as this grows, we could do 5 for $9 of the eighth fat quarters and 5 of fat quarters for $18. And I know I could go in there and pick up their little 8 quarters, and they're very reasonable, and I could, for right now, that's what I'm going to have to do for my own self. I could go in and buy like 10 of them for $20, but eventually, to be able to offer for you guys, it would be cheaper for us to go buy a yard or 2 yards of a certain fabric, take it home, cut it into 8 quarters or fat quarters, be able to put it together in like a bundle and be able to offer it to people, and then be able to even be in a point where we have fabric in front of us and people are actually able to make their own 8 quarter bundles, 5 8 quarter bundles, and we put them together. And the only thing we would be charging for is just, going to get our gas to get there, and they would pay for shipping for them. So it's something to think about down the road for sure. But I kind of did my own research, and roughly most of the fabric there, except for, like I said, the ones that were like Christmassy that had gold on them, they were $16 a yard. But most of them ranged anywhere from about $9 to about $10.98. So I kind of figured about $11 a yard is what I figured in my head. And of course, there would be some that we could The bonus fabric would be different. Like we could offer more if we got it for a certain yardage. We could say, okay, these ones are going to be, 7 or 8 fat quarter eighths in a bundle because we were able to get these for less. So something for down the road. I don't think it's an impossible thing. I think it, you know, and for this kind of artwork, you don't need it. You're better off getting small amounts of fabric than getting big chunks of it. The only thing I would say is the only ones I would say get a yard of or get half a yard of is a solid fabric because you will use that. There are times when you're going to, or like the sparkle stuff we're getting from Walmart, you know, that I didn't see any of that there. There was some sparkle stuff. There was some pretty whites, but there that one I go spend, $5 for I can't remember how much yard is that? For a yard of this. And it's Waverly. They have it in this color and white. I go spend that for that. I go buy a couple of them just to have on hand. But I'm not going in and buying a yard of everything. On something, I'm going to go in and buy, 1/4 yard of, you know, 4 or 5 of them and have much more selections and choices. Oh, another thing I saw somebody do, I don't know if I have the patience to do it, but somebody went to Five Below. I saw it on the thing, and they got a rag rug. The problem with a rag rug is you don't know what you're getting. But she sat in a park. She said she said it was funny because she used her seam ripper. She said it's so weird to use her seam ripper as actually the seam ripper was intended to be used. She sat with her seam ripper in a park and undid this rag rug, and she had tons of fabric scraps, and she got it at Five Below for $5. So I don't know if I have the patience for that. I'm not saying I never do it. And again, you don't know what you're getting. And you have to uncurl them, and then you would have to iron all them so that they were, something so you know what you got. But she just took a rag rug that she got at Five Below for $5. She sat and undid it. And that's how she said she said I'd like to make a whole Kinusaiga project out of just rag rug scraps. So that's another option too. If you're looking at it, you just don't know. First of all, you don't know what quality you're going to get, and you don't know what fabric you're going to get. But it's kind of interesting. So if you're someplace and you see a rag rug, or you're at um, remember the place Goodwill, and you see a rag rug, and it's a couple dollars, something to think about picking up. But then you got to sit and undo it so you get the scraps off. But anyway, something to think about. I don't know if I have the patience to do it, but I mean, I know I have patience for a lot of stuff. My mother would sit there and do it. So, and she liked some of it. Some of it was really pretty, but just another option for scraps is just getting a rag rug. So I will look. I don't go to Five Below very often, but I will look and see. Like I said, I don't know if I would have the patience to sit there and undo it, but if you're looking for fabric scraps, there's another idea. This is going to be the last piece, guys, because I do have to go to bed. Mary, you say you're not going to be here long and look at it later, huh? We've just had too much fun tonight. Too much fun. So addicting. So addicting. Oh, I hate to tell y'all, once you start this, you're not going to want to stop. So if you say, I'm going to get my hand on Kinusaiga, you better realize. But again, I would start off with fabric like we had from Amazon. Um, get your feet wet. Start off with really simple patterns. Don't go haywire on supplies. go to some place. You can get project boards at Menards for $8. Don't go, you can go to Lowe's and buy the big project boards, but it's like laundry. It never ends. It never ends. Oh, it's just I can't explain it. I said to my mom, I said, I just can't explain it. It's just I just can't. I mean, I think this one's better than even the flag. So far, I think I'm doing a better job than even the flag. I could be wrong, but oh, my new glasses are in. Yep, exactly. But here's the thing about that. If you're sitting there going, oh, I don't know about it, I wouldn't be good at it, and so forth and so on. If you don't try it once, you'll never know. So it may be something that for some people is a little bit intimidating to start doing. But all I can tell you is pick it up, try it, do one. You can go to Menards and get a small project board. You don't have to go to Lowe's and buy 20 each sheet. It'll last you a long time. I mean, I still haven't worked on two more boards from the 2 by 2 or 2 feet, or whatever it was from Menards. I'm still working on that board and I got another one in the closet. So eventually, yes, we'll be going to Lowe's and buying the big sheets. But for right now, we got this. So just go and buy one sheet. And it's on our link tree or on our under it's on our link tree on the fabric list. Go get it from Menards. Get it for really inexpensive for $8 for one sheet. Go get it, try it, get some fabric scraps, do a project, do a really simple one. Don't do simple one and then start doing a difficult one that you wanted to throw against the wall. I'm still going to finish blessed, but still. Start a simple one, get your feet wet, right? And then you may say, this is not for me, but I tried it. And then you may say, ooh, my goodness gracious, I'm hooked. It's going to be one of the two. I tell you that right now. And I would say more to the letter of you're hooked. All right. Well, I promise you, I'm going to finish. I just want to finish this little piece, but I think this will work. And then we could outline the entire cup, which may not be a bad idea, but we'll do that. We'll do all the outlines when we're done. But I've got to get ready or my husband's going to come out and go, Mary, if you can't get up in the morning, I'm not going to fuss at you. And knowing him, he's probably asleep. Gotta get this little piece. But thank you for coming on in. I appreciate it. I appreciate everybody that spends their time in here with us and chit chats and makes it so I feel like I'm not talking to just the wall. Come on, cooperate. The last piece tonight, I don't want to cooperate. Okay, we may end up covering this up with I think it would look good possibly to be totally outlined on the glass. But we'll see. We shall see. You have a great night too. Thank you. And like I said, I don't know if I'm going live in the car tomorrow. I can work on, if my phone will allow me, I can work on the shout outs for last week that I should have worked on. I may end up doing that because if I bring crochet, I will work on it. And if I bring this, I will work on it. But if I have my phone, I will work on what I'm supposed to work on that I can upload to the channel when I get back. So that's probably what I'll end up doing. I did that in the doctor's office. I usually bring crochet with me, and I didn't on my phone, and I made myself work on the shout outs. So that's what I'll probably do tomorrow. That way I can get them done and get them uploaded because somehow I missed a day. Somehow I thought it was all day yesterday. I thought it was Wednesday and it was Thursday. I just have to make sure that this gets angled right or it's going to dry funny. And once this stuff dries, there is no getting it undried. It sticks like anything. This glue is wonderful for this because it dries fast. Doesn't dry as fast as I'd want it to dry, but it dries pretty fast. So all I can say is don't just sit there and say, oh, I'll come back to it because once it's done, it's stuck. So I'm going to put just a little bit of glue kind of right under here because I'm going to kind of put this down a little minute so the space isn't so big. And we're absolutely going to think we're going to outline the glass. Really do. I'm just getting in between this and kind of want this really clean here. Just need to sometimes pressing it if you've got you want it to be clean, you want the line to be clean, but if for some reason like we had an issue right there, just kind of pressing it down. I'm loving how this is coming. Loving it. Okay. Loving it. I think I'm just Hi Pink, welcome on in. We are doing something called I'm gonna mess it up. Kinusaiga. I'm about done with tonight's what we're doing on it. And Kinusaiga, if you've never heard of it, is where you tuck in fabric into foam board. This is insulated board like you get at your store, home improvement store. This is one we just did. We did the American flag. And we are starting the goose. This is what the pattern is going to be like. This is our pattern that we did, and we'll be putting it up for sale, of course, at one point. But this is our goose, and so that's what we have done so far. We're going to continue working on it. This is the glass that they're holding, so I'm going to probably outline this in the silver. But you use a seam ripper. In order to stuff the fabric in to the spaces. Um, and this is the one we just got done doing. This is the one, where is it? Where did I put it? This is the one we did, which reminds me, it's good I actually did this before because I'd have forgotten it tomorrow. This is the one we have done for my husband's grandmother, which we're going to see tomorrow. And my mother-in-law. We're meeting them at a local restaurant. They live in Cincinnati, and we are going to meet halfway. But this is one we did, and her favorite color is pink. So I'm gonna be, her birthday was in June. She's 97. So I'm gonna give this to her tomorrow. So we do crochet. I don't teach crochet because I don't feel qualified to do that. But I feel very qualified lately to be doing this. We've just started this art form. This was our first. This was our first one we did that got everything started. That was the first one. Um, so we are doing patterns, and what we're doing with this is I'm the tester. I'm the one that needs to test these patterns so that we can put them up on our merch store for sale and for the patterns. So I'm having to test them. We're going to be taking paint sticks, and actually, once I have to get something to cut the paint sticks with, we're going to be adding that like that to the frame in order to frame it. That one was a cardstock frame we did, but I really like the paint sticks for this specific one. So the paint sticks will literally go, and we stain these. There was like a brown glitter one, but we're going to be taking this and um, adding this to the frame all the way around. And I really, really like the look of that. I just have to really, that's why I've been very, very, very cautious of my edges because I'm realizing I'm going to have to pay much more attention to that so that I can put this as flat as I can get it to go. And what I may end up doing, but this is what we're going to be doing. What I may end up doing with this before I do anything, just because I think it will add something, is I may go ahead and find some 1 inch, um, 1 inch ribbon. I think probably like a brown, like a shiny brown one. That's kind of a little bit like 1 inch, and maybe a little bit less than 1 inch. Um, and just placing it all around the fabric. Um, or all around the project. And then that way that would help any of the gaps that we have because I can see them and we'll see them. It will be tremendous, but still they're going to be there because we're still learning how to cut the foam board and everything. So there's still going to maybe be some gaps. And I can get this pretty close, but I'm not going to get it all the way close. Just not going to happen. And I can put a brown cardstock on the back if there was any gaps. And by doing the paint sticks, you can really get them pretty close. But I'm probably going to end up getting some brown, kind of matches this a little bit, brown ribbon, and just placing that literally all the way around this so that we kind of tie in this. And then that way, by doing that, we'll have kind of made the paint sticks look. It'll blend in real well with it. So that's probably what we're gonna do with that. But I've been very careful tonight, realizing that paying a lot of attention to this, how I'm tucking this in, so that if we do paint sticks for the border on this, right, we're gonna get very close. There's not gonna be as much of a gap. But we're still learning how to cut. But even there won't be that much of a gap for it. Because I'm really paying attention to how I'm tucking my fabric on the sides. And I've seen them even take this and tuck fabric here too as well. So if we had to, we could carry it over. But I'm just paying very close attention that if we do paint sticks for this border on this one, and I probably do silver, not brown, possibly, because it would be like the water, that it's very tight, that there's not a lot of gap. I don't want a lot of gap. So I'm really, really paying attention to how I do that. This is only my fourth one. I'm learning a lot as I'm going. Yeah. We're learning a lot of different techniques and how to do things and which things not to do and what works and what doesn't and all that kind of good stuff. So, and it's really very, this really is for anybody that's looking to do this. You're thinking, I don't have any fabric scraps. Go to the book face and ask your local community. There may be somebody in your local area and that's where we got started with some of our fabric scraps that may have fabric scraps that otherwise would wind up in the round file, and they would be glad for you to repurpose some of it. So that's another way of making sure that you can get some. I've seen people take, what's it? Rag rugs and get fabric scraps that way. So there's a lot. So anyway, I am going to bed. I have got to get up in the morning. We are going to meet my husband's grandmother and my mother-in-law for lunch. It's somewhat of a special lunch. And so I've got to get to bed because I can just hear my husband going, honey, I won't be able to wake you up in the morning. So anyway, but we do a lot of connect and grow on this channel, guys. Anytime we're live, it's an opportunity for you to come in, put the word hashtag blessed in the chat and connect with everybody. We're going to be doing a lot of this artwork because it's, first of all, it is so therapeutic for me in so many ways. I think it's going to become very therapeutic for everybody else. Everybody seems to be enjoying it. And I have to start testing patterns out because if I don't test them out, then I don't know what's going to work. And as I'm testing this one out, and as I tested the flag one out, I realized this was going to work. This is not going to work. This is going to work. And of course, and you have to put you put 3 ml sticky stuff on your foam board, and then this is the knife we do. Yes, we will. We'll hop on to them. Thank you. I really thought it was important that I let you know why we were, but there's some things in our lives that I need to. I can't. I wish I could tell everybody everything, but I can't. But I felt that you needed to know why tomorrow was so special. I wish I could tell everybody everything, but I walk a line of being able to respect my daughter and her family and all that kind of stuff. So I'm trying to do that. I tell a lot of people a lot of things on here, but I can't tell everybody everything. But it's going to be a precious day tomorrow. It's something that I wasn't sure was going to happen. And, I can say this as I'm eventually going to become a grandma. I just that away and I didn't put the thing away. I didn't think I was going to become a grandma. Having a child on the spectrum means that, there was times in her life where I thought it may not happen because, she just had her special needs and I wasn't sure. So the fact that I'm becoming a grandmother shortly here is an absolute blessing. She's gotten married and functioning well, and she's been able to work and do things beyond what I thought was going to be possible. And there was a lot of times as an autistic mom that I cried a lot of tears. I mean, you don't have to be married. Um, Sometimes God certainly calls us not to be, but that's something she very much wanted, and she wanted to be a mom. And I thought maybe that won't happen for her because, you know, it's going to take someone special to love her between the autism and the diabetes. And she found that person. And I'm very, very grateful. And the fact that I get to be a blessed grandma, it is a blessing beyond measure. So I've got to get the thing. I found it. They're not that expensive on the Amazon. And when I find it and I find one that's good, I will link it in the supply book. But I think we are done very well with our goose. I love how it is coming along. So it looks so cool. You're doing good, Mary. You're doing so good. So good. I love the fact that we went with the water. Perfect choice, really. That water really, I'm so glad we picked up that fabric. And there was several water patterns at that other the other store. The other Shiloh store where we start getting our fabric from. Anyway, I'm going to bed. I don't even know what time it is. What time is it, y'all? It's time for bed. I'm only gonna be here. One more piece, one more piece, one more piece with the blue fabric. It was at Hobby Lobby. Um, I can, if you have a Hobby Lobby near you, when I go back to Hobby Lobby again, I can see if I can get the number for it. You know, get you the number so you have it. But they had other fabric, not exactly like this, but there was other fabric at the Shiloh store that looked like water. That was very similar to that. Very similar. So anyway, I'm gonna go to bed because I gotta get up by 7:30. Have my coffee. Gotta have my coffee, or this girl just doesn't think. Anyway, I love you all. Thank you so much for being here. I don't know if I'm gonna come live tomorrow. We'll see how I'm doing when we come back. Anyway, remember to be proud of being you because everyone else is taken. Keep crocheting that connection. No crochet hook is required. We have you covered. Thank you so much for having us covered. And if you can continue to watch our content, if you're new here, please go and watch it. There's a lot of stuff on this channel, but we're trying to get back to the road of monetization, and any help with those wonderful, wonderful watch hours would be very, very, very much appreciated. So I love you all. Have a great night. See you later. Bye bye, everyone. Love y'all. Wrong phone. Bye bye, everybody.